Right, okay. Commentator 2. I'll go up. Okay, I am commentator 1. Commentator 1. Yeah. There's no picture on the telly, it's just when it brings it on. Alright, hang on, I'll look this in. Yeah, got a picture. Yeah. lovely up here. I like up here. Really? Yeah.
sorted. You found it. Just one short trip back to the Doodle car park. Yeah, I'll let Dean know. He was happy to come down by it. Happy birthday! Oh, I've got a carpet tree, but I've got a carpet tree.
That's okay.
Sorry. You're not telling us.
They share a birthday. We had this conversation last year.
I actually think we do have this conversation every year.
Well,
And I think you
yeah. When he wakes up, it's Trigger's birthday. Yeah.
Does he know?
No, but it was at 4 o'clock when I left the house this morning. So I went to do breakfast today, so I left the house at 4.
I went to 7 different people saying how's it going?
Yeah, yeah.
Trust the process. 4 o'clock is going to be sunny.
Yeah, I just didn't think far enough ahead. I thought it was fine.
Yeah, I just keep different days. Yeah. It looks really good.
Yeah, it's done well.
Charlie and his dad. Well, Charlie's dad was up there. Nice to meet you, Finn. I'm Dan. How you doing, mate? You okay?
Hi, it's Tom Abel here. We're at the Cooper Associates County Ground and I'm with Leachy and Craigie. We've got a little surprise in store for Finn Mackay, who has an incredibly inspiring story. He's a huge part of the Somerset disabled cricket community. He doesn't know we're here this morning, so we're here to surprise him. And we've got a little gift for him, kindly supported by WPA, so yeah, here goes.
We're here today at the Cooper Associates County Ground to talk a little bit about Finn and the Super Ones. Just tell us how important the Super Ones has been to your family and to Finn.
It's fair to say that having a lad with quite severe learning difficulties, it's not easy. There's struggles both with the formal stuff, education and getting what he needs, and also the fact that he's different, and he does have enough insight to know that he's different. So he can be lonely, can be sort of isolated.
We had all these plans for his future, like you do when you have a new baby, and it was a really, really tough time thinking, what his future would be. He was a very, very difficult baby and toddler, as you can imagine. And we felt very isolated. Friends, you find, they say when something like this happens, you discover who your friends are. You certainly do. And we felt very much on our own.
He's got two older sisters who, obviously, as parents, you're trying to balance the special needs requirements with an ordinary family life for his two sisters. So it's not been straightforward,
We planned to have 3 children and do wonderful things together, and it impacted a great deal on the time that we could spend, with them, doing stuff. So they've had to put up with an awful lot, really. Having him, you're not accepted in the normal world, taking him places. So when Super Ones came along, we jumped at the chance that there was something for young people like him. You immediately felt that he felt relaxed. We felt relaxed because we were always on edge with him. If we took him, to other places, people would frown at you and stuff with his behaviour. So to be able to relax knowing that he could do what he wanted, he was fine.
What's developed through this has been amazing because it is life-changing for him. But I think, on reflection, it's probably life-changing for all of us as a family, actually. That there's more support from other families and other parents.
Someone without additional needs, I guess, we take that for granted, that you can go out and find a place to belong and have that sense of belonging. But for some young people, that's not always the case. So to provide that, and they can build that identity, feel part of the community, and then begin to experience what we might take for granted it has huge impact.
The statutory bodies, as we all know, everyone's under financial pressure. So Finn, without this, wouldn't have a great deal now that he's left formal education. He wouldn't have a great deal of interaction.
It completely changed all of our lives to, be a part of something like that.
Yes, it's cricket, but then you've got so much more that comes off the back of that, which actually is, for Finn, has just helped him grow as a person. So that's been great. And, long may it continue.
And also your favourite sort of Somerset players. I'd like to touch on that. We spoke before we started actually about some of your favourite players, and one of them was it Tom Abel? Was your favourite player? Yeah. If Tom was around right now, that would be great, wouldn't it? What would you say to Tom?
What would you say? Do you think he's good?
You could always ask him.
Hiya, Finn. Good to see you, buddy. You okay? Hiya, how are you? Nice to see you all. Bit of a surprise. We always see you here supporting us, Finn. So, we obviously thought we'd come and have a bit of a knock around if you fancy a bit of a game. So before we do that, we've also got a little gift for you. Leachy's got a little award here. So,
wow.
It's an exclusive invitation. There's a disability game at Lord's, so we've got you an exclusive invitation.
Wow, Finn, to
and
go to
WPA are kindly covering the cost of your travel and your accommodation.
Oh wow.
And on top of that, there is also tickets for you and your family to day 3 of a test match against Sri Lanka at the Oval, which hopefully, Leachy will be playing in. So, fingers crossed, yeah. So, that's for all your commitment and everything that you do for Super Ones,
Oh, wow, what did you say?
You deserve it.
That's amazing, isn't it? He's quiet now, but he won't stop talking about it. for the next goodness knows how long. That's amazing. Thank you.
Pleasure. Should we play a bit of cricket? I think the nets are set up for you, so should we have a bit of a bat and a ball?
Yeah, fancy that?
Sound good? Show us what you got. Right, you got Craigo and Jack Leach bowling at you. Boy, nice shot. Why, nice. Hey, nice ball.
Well, buddy. Finn, we've got one more little surprise for you. We've got a signed championship shirt from this year from all the boys. You can get framed up. Okay? Do you like that one? Well, buddy.
Finn, what are you doing?
How bold. Well done.
Well done, Finn, that was awesome. Great to see you, buddy.
I honestly can't remember when I started playing cricket. I think it was probably around 6 or 7 years old.
I guess when he was about 7, we started doing more things together, playing more sports in the garden.
There's definitely a competitive relationship between me and Dad. We've played many sports against each other over the years. We've got darts, pool, table tennis all in the garage. Played all the racket sports. We still play golf against each other. But the one sport that I've never beaten Dad at is tennis. And that is because he refused to play me since I was 12 years old.
He beat me at everything else by 13, and so I had to, had to just call it a day there.
I remember distinctly having a birthday party here. There was a cricket party when I was 7 or so. Dad managed to cut a strip and rolled it. We even got a little roller in the garage and had a great time.
I went to various estate agents and borrowed sale signs, and we put them around the garden as hoardings around the boundary rope, and we had a small little strip in the middle that we cut and rolled, and he had, I think, 13 friends around, so there was almost two teams worth of players, and they all had a bat and they all had a bowl, and then they had a lovely party tea afterwards. When we first looked at this house, the estate agents suggested to us that we should take a pair of shears with us, because we wouldn't even be able to get in through the gate because it had been neglected for years and it was very, very overgrown. When we got a lot of the bulk clearance done and I started to cut the grass, it was quite obvious that it was just a sea of weed and very little grass, more moss than anything else. Because of the size of the garden, I didn't have the time to do very much about it, so it was obviously needed some help to get the grass into a decent condition, which is when we engaged the services of Green Thumb. At one stage the garden was full of climbing frames and we had an above-ground swimming pool and trampoline, all sorts of other stuff, and whenever Green Thumb came they had to move all this stuff around to actually tend to the grass, so they've been great.
I remember Green Thumb coming round probably from the age of about 8, because I remember the little orange pellets that were always in the grass, and Dad would say, no, you're not allowed to play on them whilst that's out there, so I was always frustrated for a week or so after Green Thumb had come, but obviously it gets the grass to look like it does. I've put it through a lot of trauma over the years with cricket spikes, rugby boots, and I think it's obviously testament to them that every time I come back home now, and when I came home after school, it looked immaculate and I was able to just get out there and have some fun. I think they've done a fantastic job for 25 years. There's probably a few patches around the garden where I've taken a few too many divots with the golf club as well, and they've managed to get it growing back very well.
I think the combination of what they have done, the treatments that we've had, and the advice they've given us on how to care for the lawn in the interim, it's been first class.
your age group, Biggin.
Steady, steady. Are these bubbles anything to do with the machine, or is it you?
The screamer is back, you know, the thing that goes up and down.
Is she really?
No.
I put petrol in instead of diesel. Not now. Got an email from Rebecca. My dad did exactly the same. He's 53 and he's having senior moments. I'm not as old as your dad, Rebecca. I'm probably about 46.
Just making a cup of tea, ready for bed, and a ball comes through your window.
The box has just turned up here. All right, I'm here. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. I haven't said a word.
Don't get him upset there, Craig.
Quicker delivery again. Sarsauer's way!
Oh, yes, direct hit. Oh, that's big. That is huge. That's gone out of here. Oh, no, it hasn't. It's bounced just in front.
Yeah, some of the lighter moments from 2020. You got the right petrol in your car?
Yeah, everything's sorted this year. It was down at Taunton as well. It's great fun, isn't it? The cricket is absolutely magnificent. It's amazing what happens outside of the game. It's great fun.
It is great fun, and it is absolutely amazing how much the players love it as well. Now, Matt Floyd has been looking at the rise of the phenomenon, which is 2020.
It all started on the 13th of June 2003 when the Sussex Sharks took on the Hampshire Hawks at the Rose Bowl. No one could have predicted the excitement that was to follow after a slightly inauspicious start.
2020 has liftoff. And it has liftoff with a ride. That's absolutely ginormous.
Great ball. Meeting Britney Spears later.
The game has now been signed up at international level. England have played 2 matches against Australia and Sri Lanka to packed houses.
I think it's very, very exciting. Pro 2020, I think it's good for cricket. We needed that game. It's exciting as far as the spectators are concerned, which is very important. I find that the players really enjoy it.
At the end of the day, it's entertainment for the crowd. And if we can entertain the crowd, yeah, that's the way we go.
The crowd certainly weren't disappointed. Last summer, England's demolition of Australia set the tone for one of the most tense and exciting Ashes series in living memory. And it's not just over here where the game has taken off. With the first 2020 World Championship to be staged next September in South Africa, 2020 fever has gripped most, but not yet all, of the cricketing world.
I think people are accepting it more and more, especially because of how successful it has been in the UK. And if England can embrace it, then I'm pretty sure the rest of the world will want to, because England is always known to be very conservative, and the fact that they have done it well, and it's been very successful. The rest of the world realize that it's a good way to go.
For test matches, the stands are full. For the one-day games, it's more than full. So India hasn't had that problem of people turning up and watching cricket matches, so probably they don't realise the importance of 2020.
Didn't know how really it was going to work in Australia, but we played our first round of domestic games last year, and we got great crowds. And even the season before that, we played a couple of associations, had a couple of trial games, and we got sell-out crowds as well. So it's really taken off.
Back in England, the profile of the 2020 competition as a marketable brand has been rising each year, allowing most counties, both large and small, to cash in heavily. None have taken to the new format more wholeheartedly than Leicestershire, who have made finals day on all 3 years so far and won the competition in 2004. For them, 2020 is more than just a bit of fun.
It's become the climax of the season where we fill the ground. You know, we get anywhere between 4,000 and 6,000, depending on the opposition. I guess for a normal C&G type game, we'd probably get 1,500, and for a county championship game, 700 or 800. So it's a big money spinner.
We're seeing the hospitality numbers grow, sufficiently so that we've had to bring in
an additional marquee this year to cope with the numbers, and then next year, obviously, we're looking at increasing the number of boxes that we have.
Women particularly, I think, if you said which sport would turn them off most, I think cricket used to turn them off more than football, actually. And I think the 2020, it's shorter, it's faster, it's more dynamic. I think introduces a different dimension to the game. I think they want to see that.
We're entertainers. We love doing well in front of big crowds, and it's, you know, those finals are what it's all about. You know, it's in a way it's our test matches. If you're never going to play for England or not going to play for England, then these are your Lord's finals, and it's fantastic, and long may it continue.
But it's not only the commercial side of things that have changed. During its short history, 2020 has evolved on the field, with players improvising and developing new techniques.
I think the first couple of years, people just went out there and expressed themselves, whether they won or whether they didn't win. I think nowadays people are really making sure that there's a plan and they're sticking to their plans. And I think that's what we did very well in the last couple of years. We had our plans, we stuck to our plans, we took our egos out of the game. Game plan was everything. And 120 balls is a lot of balls.
Every year, batsmen are becoming more innovative, and new shots are being displayed, and I think it's fantastic for the game. And a lot of that type of cricket can be transformed into normal one-day cricket and even four-day cricket.
Batters have worked out areas to score, to go for fours and sixes for hitting their boundaries, and bowlers have had to get a little bit cannier.
So the new format is undoubtedly still growing. The game is getting more popular by the day and has managed to bring cricket to a wider audience while adding to both the commercial and technical sides of the game. But what next for 2020?
We're trying to globalise the game of cricket, and especially in America, you know, where they find cricket very boring and confusing. If we play the shorter version of the game, I'm pretty sure that they will catch on.
It's just important that maybe we play less tests or less one-days and they bring in the 2020. How they do it is a very difficult job, but it'd be nice to see a few more 2020s at international level.
Okay, welcome out into the middle. Somerset against Middlesex in the Vitality Blast here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. The two captains are alongside me. Lewis Gregory has the coin, Steve Eskenazi with the call. Heads is the call. It's come down a tails, so Somerset have won the toss. Lewis, good to see you. What have you decided to do and why?
We're going to have a bowl. It's our preferred method here. It looks a really good wicket, so hopefully we can bowl well up front, restrict them and then knock them off.
Yeah, it's a tried and tested formula for you this season. Play 3-1-3 and chasing each time. Confidence and the fitness of the squad must be really good.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys are really confident, in really good touch, and 3 from 3 is a nice place to be. So hopefully tonight we can put in a good performance and make that 4 from 4.
Top man, thanks for your time. Cheers, Lewis. Steve, what would you have done had you won the toss?
Yeah, we probably would have had a bowl as well, but we know the surfaces here are usually fantastic. It's a high-scoring ground, and we got some really good, mature, experienced batters that can get out there and put on a show.
Stuff. Part of you had a road game in the last one. You've got another one down in Southampton tomorrow. We got Max Holden back tonight in terms of team news, back from England Lions.
We do. Maxie comes in after playing really well for the England Lions. He's been a huge part of this group for a long period of time. And yeah, he slips into a batting group that's bubbling under the surface, ready to put on a good performance.
Thanks for your time. Go well. Steve Eskenazi and Lewis Gregory there. After Somerset won the toss, they have elected to bowl first. We'll have confirmation of the team news very shortly, and we get underway at 6:30.
Fortunately, the least. Despite the fact that Middlesex are beautifully played. Oh, that is a short boundary. He just leant on that, got through the infield, raced up the hill.
Keen to access the short side, so working the footwork leg side to open it up. We're going to see that a lot throughout the evening. Second leading run scorer since 20. That's gone up again, not the middle of the bat. It is the lure of the short side, and it has cost him a wicket. Definitely trying to work it leg side, and Meredith has got the pace and the accuracy.
Started off beautifully, as I said, with that extra cover drive. Perhaps might think about using the pace that the bowler's giving him rather than trying to play those belligerent swipes across the line.
Lovely shot. That's the second shot that we've seen, making the game look very simple. Lovely cover drive to finish. Ryan Higgins, who I think is a very good cricketer. Oh, that's gone up a long way as well. That is going to take some catching for sure. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. It was in the air for a long time.
Just one-handed diving efforts, etc. But he had an awful lot of work to do here, running down the hill, the ground falling away from you under your feet, kept his eyes on it and made it look extremely straightforward when it was anything but.
Not the middle of the bat, simple catch. Wickets are tumbling.
Hitting the top edge and it's going up in the air. If you're standing and playing normal cricket shots, it flies away to the boundary for 4. Holden is the latest man to try and give himself room, try and play a cross-batted stroke. The ball hits high up on the bat, does him for a bit of pace. And that is a shocking start for Middlesex. And a lady enters. Oh, what a delivery that is. What a delivery. No wonder he's got a big smile underneath that moustache. That was a ripper from Meredith.
A bit of extra pace as well from Riley Meredith, who's already been proving his worth as a handy replacement.
He hangs back on that occasion. Doesn't make it.
Tell initially how much he actually got on of this. You could see he got the elevation, but as you say, Butch, going to the short sides, couldn't get the distance. That's trying to put a bit of pressure onto the Somerset bowlers, but it hasn't worked out for them.
Finally one out of the middle of the bat. Set himself on the back foot there. And Overton again just dragged it down, just pulled it back a little bit shorter than he would have liked, and Higgins was there waiting for it, phasing too much in the air. Again, it's going to the short side, but it's into the wind and it is pouched.
Taken their chances this evening, Somerset. They've been good in the field. I think they are just going to check this just for height. I think it's going to be absolutely fine.
Crisply timed. Oh my goodness. He's 15 and he might just have picked himself up one here as well. And he has.
This evening, the Somerset fielders, Lewis Gregory, the skipper, doing the work this time. Always tough. Trying to organise your feet and also keep your eye on the ball. And again, He's made it look very, very easy. Eyes on the board all times now. Well, up and over, sliced, should be taken and is. Nice, comfortable catch. I think that's Will Smead out there.
He's got 12 now. He leads the bowling charts. It's his first ball. It's sliced away. It could have gone anywhere. It goes in the hands, the safe hands of Will Smead. Things are going for Ben Green, and rightly so, as they did last year. 30 wickets last year.
Cullen into the attack. That has got a lot going for it. Ben Green has just got 2 in 2 now.
That is absolutely dead. I don't even think he looked round. He didn't even look. He knew if ever that's out, that's it. Didn't get out of the crease really, or didn't move his front foot. He knew straight away. And Somerset have been exemplary. Their lines have been excellent.
Short extra cover. Just a whisper away. That's a nice looking shot from Helm. Probably the best that we've seen all day.
Middle, and Ben Duffy would be a good option. That's gone a long way. That's gone a long way. We haven't heard too many big cheers from the locals, but that's one of them. Shot of the night. Simplicity, really. It was a little over pitched and a little full and wide, but dealt with. Up and will be taken very simply. That is that. Josh Davey, credit to him. I think he saw him coming. Tom Helm, and he just dragged the length back.
Crosses after that thumping opening night against Essex. Back on the train by smashing Hampshire, and now halfway to doing the same against Middlesex. You have to play well to get there, but you fancy that they've got the batting and the experience to do so, no matter what the conditions. He's gone for the short side, and it's gone straight up. It's uphill into the wind and taken. They've got off to the perfect start.
Trying to target the short side, getting a lot of elevation but not a huge amount of distance. Nice comfortable catch in the end for Joe Cracknell.
Was there something on it? Certainly was perilously close to inside edge and the front pad.
Definitely a bit of a noise, whether it was bat on to pad or an inside edge, which is what the optimistic middle.
Width offered and gratefully accepted by Kohler Cadmore. Uppish for a little while. It's Knight. Punched away. Won't take much for that to get all the way to the boundary. Grandstand side of the ground, over pitched from Cullen.
Shots of 2 from Banton straight away. It looks like it's going to race away. It does, just down with the slope here at Lords. Nicely played. Nicely played on the up again from Tom Kohler Cadmore. Should race away.
With his tall quicks for now.
Oh, nicely picked up by Banton. He's just played the waiting game nicely. Well, I think that has gone a long way. Tom Kohler Cadmore straight out of the screws and straight over the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, they've both been in now for what, 25 and 31 deliveries, so pitch never helped on its way and will go. Never easy, those, to be fair. Never easy, because your first thought is, can I catch it, and then you're over-committed.
Just like that. Orthodoxy.
Drag down, help yourself delivery. Can't really blame him. At the moment, there's very little to achieve from this very brief spell. He just dragged it down. It's very cold. Your captain, your coach, gone a long way. And he's been very, very restrained throughout the evening. They're just a run away now. I wonder if he'll try and get to a 50 with another 6 and just finish things off. That's the way to finish in some style from Tom Banton. He'll feel, well, 1 run short, but it deserves plenty more than 49. He's played terrifically well, as have his teammates. Set up with the ball and finished pretty ruthlessly and clinically with the bat.
Nice 9-wicket win there in 2024 for Somerset against Middlesex, today's opponents. Welcome to Taunton. And I've got to say, the view that Sophie Luff and I, Charlie Taylor, are looking out at the moment is not what I expected. I thought we might be here twiddling our thumbs for a while, Sophie, but after a bit of rain this morning, it's turned out beautiful.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty nice evening here in Taunton. Evening, everybody. Crowd is filling up slowly. It's obviously a Thursday night here, but I'm sure people will be getting some food, getting a few drinks and making their way to their seats shortly. And I reckon we're in for a good game this evening. Yeah, it should be an absolute cracker. It's a lovely evening, and as Sophie says, people sort of filing in. It's a great atmosphere here in these games as well. As there's live music going on, there's sort of loads of food, events, stuff to look at. So if the stands look a bit empty now, don't worry, they will fill up as we get a bit closer to blast off at 6:30 this evening. Should we take a look at some team news? You can see already that Somerset have won the toss and elected to bowl. So let's have a look at the home team. Banton back in the side. That's a big move. Although Somerset were quite happy without him, won fairly comfortably that previous game. But always great to see Banton back in the team, Sophie. Yeah, and he's in he's good nick as well. He's obviously played a different role for England in the last few games. But yeah, great to see him back at the top of the order. You know, it's a very familiar top 3. I mean, it's a familiar lineup in general for Somerset tonight. Those T20s over the last few years, but yeah, that top 3 are very familiar. Yeah, no great surprises on the rest of the side there. Sean Dixon also returning to the squad, which is good to see. Someone who's made a difference on that finals day famously in 2023. Certainly knows his way around a T20 game. Let's take a look at the opposition then today as well, the Middlesex 11. And there's one name which really stands out in that one, and that is Kane Williamson to me. One of the big 4, one of the greats of modern cricket. Hasn't really got going yet in the T20 Plus 2025 Middlesex, but we know he's got it in his locker. It's always exciting, I think, to watch players of that calibre, just to say that you've sort of seen them in their role. Are you looking forward to that? I am very much looking forward to seeing Kane Williamson and commentating on him. I feel like he's a player that I've watched for years, and I just love everything about how he goes about his batting, his technique, his temperament, his tempo. A lot of words beginning with T that I could use to describe him. I was actually having a hit in the indoor school earlier, and he was walking through, and I said to our batting coach, I get a bit nervous when Kane walks through and is watching me bat. But he wasn't really watching me, and I'm looking forward to watching him tonight. Yeah, and there is a lot of talent in there. Stephen Eskenazi can really hit a long ball as well. And great to see Les deploy in the South group now. Of course, he was with Derbyshire for a long time, but he's in Middlesex colours now, and will be part of this side, which has got a lot of power up top. Some good bowling options there as well. Tom Helm is always a handful. I think Safar Gohar is hard to get away as well. Yeah, and we know how good Ryan Higgins is. Absolutely. As well. Obviously played a lot of cricket for Gloucestershire as well, but yeah, in the Middlesex lineup, he's just such a handy all-rounder. He's always up there with the PCA MVP points as well. So yeah, he'll be looking to have an impact at 7. Yeah, they haven't really had the rub of the green, Middlesex, in their game so far. They've had one game which wasn't completed, and then their other 3, they've only won one of them, lost a couple. So it's a slow start for Middlesex this season. Somerset will be looking to capitalise perhaps on a lack of momentum there. Whereas for Somerset, the exact opposite. They are flying so far, 3 from 3, and looking pretty near the top of the table at the moment. What do you think's been going right for Somerset? Why is it working so well at the moment? Well, their bowling attack, you know, is, to be honest with you, is ridiculous. I think that's the thing as well. You know, batters might win you games, but they say that bowlers win you tournaments and competitions, and I think Somerset's bowling attack, you know, there's just no respite as a batter. You know, if it's not Henry, it's Meredith. And if it's not either of those two overseas superstars, it's Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory, Ben Green. You know, they just keep coming at you. And I think, yeah, I mean, we said about the familiarity of the top of the order, but the bowlers have set the games up for Somerset.
And what you see a lot of at Taunton, I was here on the Friday night when that first game took place against Surrey, is how many catches are taken off sort of skied shots, if you sort of see what I mean. I think they get hurried, the ball bounces quite high on them as the players are trying to hit out. They quite often make the mistakes, and there's a lot of top edging going on. It's not a big ground, Taunton, so it's surprising actually how many catches I think get taken in a T20 where a lot of these players are going to be more than capable of clearing it beyond the stands. Actually, those bowling, the Overton, Henry that you mentioned, Green a lot as well, deceives batters. I think there's a lot to say for, despite the fact that we're going to be hearing about how good the pitch is here, that the bowlers really can make it talk, which is not easy in a T20.
I completely agree with you, and I think it's the length that they hammer. Henry is just metronomic in the length that he hammers, and it makes it really difficult for batters. They don't give too much away. Meredith's obviously got the extra pace as well, so again, you know, batters have to be on their A game against someone like that. And Craig Overton, again, similar to Henry, hammers a length, obviously got height on his side. Makes it pretty hard to score, especially when people are trying to go hard at the top of the order in that power play.
Shall we hear from the coaches then, because it's been a good spot of a few games for Somerset. Their run has been fantastic, so we can hear from Jason Kerr. Isn't Jason?
Absolutely magnificently as well this season. You've been on the staff a little while now. How much are the coaches and the players just enjoying coming into work at the moment?
Yeah, we always enjoy the white ball format, as we do in the red ball. You know, we've had 6 wins on the bounce, which is nice momentum to take us forward. I think the really exciting thing for us, though, is as much as we're playing winning cricket, there's still areas we can improve. So that's really exciting because we've got some really good players in the squad.
Well, the obvious question is, what are those areas you're looking to improve? Because from the outside looking in, there's not much.
Yeah, I think just small little areas, and from a bowling point of view, just being that little bit more disciplined, whether that's extras or getting through, making sure the overrate's quick enough. From a batting point of view, you know, we're going to have to chase a big score at some point, we know that. We've managed to do it 3 times, sort of chasing 150 plus, but we know that big score's coming where we're going to have to do it. So a couple of areas we've looked at, and but we know we're going to need it in the next couple of games.
Will Smead going very well, early stages, but it's exciting, isn't it, seeing him at his best?
Yeah, we sometimes forget how young Smead is and how much cricket he's played. I think you know, him playing the longer version, the longer format this year has really helped his cricket a lot. He's really matured. He's a wonderful cricketer. Added a couple of extra shots to his repertoire, which is good to see. And I think he's got a huge future ahead of him. You know, he's still learning. He's still getting better every game. So that's really exciting too.
Speaking of young, exciting talents, Thomas Roux has been given his shot in the last few games. We saw that spectacular catch. We've seen his runs that he's scored, obviously in England colours, and there's clearly a lot to work with there.
There seems to be a lot of magic in that Roux family. You know, they produce some good sportsmen. Thomas is an exciting young talent. For him to walk in and do what he has done, almost at the ease that he's done it, just kind of shows what a class act he is and is going to be. Wonderful that he got his opportunity, but he misses out this evening. You know, Sean Dixon's back in the team. Really excited to have Sean back in the team. What he's done over the last couple of years is really brings a real maturity and a blend of nice to have at number 5. But very excited about Thomas. And Thomas isn't the only one. We've got a few other options that can also play that role.
And Matt Henry and Riley Meredith, if I was batting, I'd be worried, basically. How impressive are they, you know, in terms of the calibre of the competition?
Priceless in terms of the experience that they bring, the calm that they bring, and just the ability to be really professional and really enjoy every single thing that they do. They never leave a stone left unturned, both of them. They're great to have around the dressing room, and we're very fortunate at this club that we've got 3 incredible overseas that not only fit in and kind of lead the way from a skill set, but actually off the field they're fantastic too.
It's great to hear. Shane, thanks ever so much for your time. Back in the dressing room ahead of Blast-Off. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Shane Berger there, assistant coach and lead batting coach as well here at Somerset. Great to catch up with him live, pitch side here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's filling up. The atmosphere is building. We'll be introducing the players and officials very soon.
Well, there we go. There's Robin interviewing Shane Berger, the batting coach for Somerset. He's got lots to smile about. At the moment, Somerset's batting has been pretty good. Let's not tempt fate, though, We want to see something good tonight as well, but it won't be Somerset batting first. It'll be Middlesex, and they've got plenty of batting quality in there, as we've been talking about. Eskenazi, Williamson, Holden, Geddes, Duploy, plenty to watch and enjoy. Right, we're going to bring something a bit new to you now, something a bit different. We can pass over to the birthday boy, Pete Trigo, who's been out on the outfield here at Taunton, while some of his former teammates and those who came through since he's been playing have been having a go at an assault course, while he's been, well, I'll let him explain, looking at a remote control car.
Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Today we have the VERTU RC Challenge. We're going to find out which cricketer across the men's and women's teams need to leave their driving on the cricket field. No pressure, Slug. Oh, Slug! So, Josh Davey, how do you think your lap went on the VERTU RC Challenge?
I think it went pretty well, Pete. I drifted around some corners nicely, completed all the challenges and got in, I think, in a good time.
There was a little bit of damage on the way, so you've got a +2 in terms of knocking over instruments. Maybe the reason why getting out of Taunton is so difficult of an evening?
Well, it is a wet track, so it is quite difficult to control those wheel spins.
So. We're going to call it mildly moist. It is, of course, the start of the cricket season. But Josh Davey, your time is 43.33 seconds. And the benefit of going first...
Is that a good time?
You are top of the leaderboard. How's that sound?
Well, I don't think that will be dislodged today, so I'm happy with that.
Good man. Good evening and welcome. Good evening and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's Thursday night and it is Somerset taking on Middlesex in the Vitality Blast. If you just have a look here, this is supposed to be a pitch report, but we don't really need to do them here at Taunton because we know that this is an absolute belter. I don't know if the camera can pick up, but it's just got a beautiful sheen to it. Absolutely stunning pitch. It was used for the Women's ODI International, but it looks a fantastic service. So far in the group stages, Somerset are 3 from 3. Middlesex have only one of their 4 games, but the matchup to keep your eye on is Henry versus Williamson. A battle of the Kiwis, and we'll be very keen to see how that plays out tonight. The toss in 20 minutes, and I have to say, if I was the captain that won that toss, I think I'd fancy a chase.
Happy birthday. We'll be chatting to him a bit later on. He is here on his birthday today. 53, looking good on it. Excellent stuff. Right, it is live coverage of Somerset against Middlesex in the T20 Blast. I'm Charlie Taylor and Sophie Luff, the Somerset skipper, Somerset women's skipper, is alongside me. And it should be a real cracker today with these two teams. Somerset in great form, Middlesex desperate to get some points on the board. 4 points for a win this season. Feels like a lot when you see 4 points coming up for a win on the board. So lots at stake as they just prepare to come on. You can see Somerset in their pink, bright pink fielding strip, which is slightly different to the batting strip. And I know we'll get some questions in on that from the away side, which always happens. Why are they playing in a different kit when they bat? I'm still not entirely sure we've got to the bottom of why, but that's what happens. That's what happens now, so if they just play in 2 colours.
It's above my pay grade.
Yeah.
I just wear both shirts and, you know, that's what you're told
Quite
to do.
nice to get a fresh shirt
you
to bat in.
You do have to be quite switched on, though, because you know, you don't want to be going out in the wrong shirt.
I swear Roland van der Merwe did it one year where he just came out batting in his fielding shirt.
I reckon you could get away with it when they first started, because I don't think there was actually
they
weren't too dissimilar, whereas now, you know, they are very different.
Bright pink and mostly black. The other one is it with pink spots.
Pink
spots.
And well, you look so similar to the umpires as well.
Well, I did think that.
Instances where the umpires were like, oh, like, you know, they probably should have a spare coat when they're coming to Taunton these days.
Do you think? Because presumably, because I don't remember the umpires being quite so pink, or maybe they were. Maybe
this is a new strip for them.
That's
this
what I
year
thought.
As well.
Do you think that they
Hot pink's
tell?
Obviously on brand.
Yeah, that's it. Hot pink is in. Do you think the umpires then say? Because I reckon they should send to clubs and just say, look, you can't be hot pink and black, because that's what we are. You can be anything else. But obviously there hasn't been a memo because Somerset have gone for exactly that. So if you get a bit worried about why, you know, maybe there's a fielder, the ball looks like it's going straight to a fielder, that might actually just be an umpire. So yeah, if they're attempting a run on it, that could be why. So Middlesex will be batting. We suspect they'll be wearing the same kit when they come out to field as well a bit later on. But there they are, Eskenazi and Williamson getting ready to start off by posting a big total. That's what they'll want, and that's what's possible here at Taunton. You can get on a roll and score big. What's a par total, do you reckon then, Soph?
I think it definitely has a 2 in front of it. Yeah, I think anything north of 180 you have to be looking at here in Taunton, and yeah, that 200 mark has got to be on the cards really. But yeah, Somerset have got a very good bowling attack, and they'll do everything they can in their power to keep it below that.
Yeah, and the thing is with this bowling attack, it's not like a bowling attack that has some really good days and then probably some off days. They tend to just be good days, the way they're going. Even if one is having a slight off day, you've got another 2 very, very good bowlers. You know, I'm looking at Overton, Henry and Meredith as your key seam pace attack. And they are, you know, so good, all of them, in just the fantastic standard that we see and that we get used to. And that's what we'll be watching first up, because Somerset will be bowling in a moment as the teams make their way onto the field. Somerset players come together for a big huddle, flags being flown, the VERTU motors, remote control cars, nearly taking a photographer out there. Who's in control of that today?
Looked like Will down there, but I don't want to throw anyone under the bus.
Will from the commercial department, nearly taking out one of the chaperones.
He actually went to the wrong end in our game.
Oh, well.
So he obviously needs to practice. That's why he's got the gig again, not because he did a good job.
Craig Overton picks up the ball, that's why the car's there, to deliver the ball. And now Will's got to safely manoeuvre it off the field as we see the Somerset players mostly make their way inside the inner ring.
To be fair, he didn't run any children over in the Guard of Honour. So
that's got to be your first priority, hasn't it? Yeah. Don't injure any players. That would be good. So a quick reminder then of Somerset's bowl attack. You've got Gregory, Green, Goldsworthy, Overton, who has the ball in hand at the moment, Matt Henry and Riley Meredith. And it will be Stephen Eskenazi on strike first up. And I've seen Stephen a few times, commentated on him for Middlesex and for Welsh Fire, and he can really get going. Oh, that's an inside edge, I think, there. He's very close to it anyway. I think maybe just pulls the bat inside the line, and Eskenazi moves his hands as if to say, actually, that's just shaped away a little bit.
Yeah, well, we talked about Somerset bowlers not giving much away, and Craig Overton, ball 1, on the money there.
Good start. Yeah, there's no looseners, is there, in T20? You can't afford a loosener. You've got to be on the money from the start. Who's and ahs. Gregory's at slip. A good ball. This one will go out towards backwards point on the boundary. April does the fielding. No Tom Root today. Really nice 6 in his innings. Hasn't had a big innings yet with the bat, but took a fantastic catch. I think that was the Essex game. Unbelievable catch. I was watching on the stream. Had some very good things from people in the crowd as well, saying it's one of the best catches. The camera angle wasn't quite
the
good
camera
enough.
Angle
didn't make it
do justice
no.
to some of the catches at Essex. Actually, it was disappointing because we had a specky in our game there as well. Liv Barnes.
But that one got caught on umpire cam. Are you talking about that one?
Yes.
As that is pushed out to cover, just the dot ball. Is a bit like one that you did recently as well, actually. Where is this a new tactic by Somerset women, where they sort of stop the ball, parry it, and then they make the catch a bit easier, or make it look good. You caught it against your thigh, didn't you? I can't remember who that was against.
Yeah,
now.
the old hamstring.
The old hamstring was a hamstring.
Never done that before.
Yeah.
Never done it in training.
No, it's not something you could probably recreate that easily, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be wishing to do it again, to be honest with you.
Over the stumps comes Overton, and Williamson just pushes this one into the onside for a single, not looking to go too hard or too fast, Kane Williamson. Yeah, so Liv Barnes came sort of very high to it, didn't it? She just about managed to sort of
Yeah, she's not
get
the
her fingers
tallest,
on it,
Liv,
no.
and like fielding at square leg's not easy at the best of times. So yeah, it was a very, very good catch.
well worth having a look online and find umpire cam on that one. I love that they've got cameras on the umpires, as that's just hit down and run. There's a good bit of fielding from Sean Dixon. Takes the bail off, but Williamson was comfortably home.
Yeah, great to see Sean Dixon back out on the pitch for Somerset. He had a bit of a lengthy layoff after that injury that he sustained in that county championship game against Surrey.
Yeah, came out to bat with it as well, which in the end was a bit futile given the result, but it was brave. It was very brave. I can't remember if it was thumb or finger, but it was hit, wasn't he, with the ball whilst he was batting. This is sort of hoiks into the leg side, not particularly well, but they will pick up a couple as there's only one boundary sweeper out there. Quite timed there from Williamson. Middlesex, after 1 over, are 5 without loss. And, it is an amazing scene. I was driving to Wells today, did a bit of work in Wells, which was lovely. And the rain was hammering down. My windscreen wipers were on full blast, and I thought, we're not getting much cricket in tonight. Even if, it does dry up a little bit, the ground's going to be very wet. And then by the time I got back to Taunton, the sun was out, the skies were blue. I thought,
Yeah, I reckon I got down here about 2 o'clock and they pretty much had all the clouds off by then. And I was thinking, they're not expecting any more rain.
No, they're obviously confident, yeah.
So yeah, it's going to be Matt Henry then from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
2 Kiwis on show here, but Eskenazi, clever little flick. It's beautifully done for 4. And it looked to me like he was going to flick it over one shoulder, and then he sort of changed his mind, saw where the ball was coming, and flicked it over the other.
Oh, that's a naughty shot there from Eskenazi. Matt Henry, first ball, talk about having a look at someone. Use the pace beautifully. It's amazing the skill level. We talked about the skill level of the bowlers, but the skill level of some of the batting these days is remarkable.
Those shots you do occasionally see go wrong, don't you? And it's, well, it gets a bit fluffed, or they haven't got enough on it, but that was beautifully played by Eskenazi. You don't have to overhit it when you're working with the pace of the ball. Here comes Matt Henry, following the bowler then, tucks him up a bit. There'll be a throw at the stumps. Oh, he's hit them! And the umpire decides it's not out. Can't have been far away.
Yeah, great bit of work there. Know the standard of Somerset's fielding. And
oh, hang on a minute. I think there's a bit of an injury there to Steve Eskenazi in the dive that he had to do to get in.
it was a good dive in the end by the looks. Might have just saved him.
Yeah, I think I think you're right. I think without the dive he's gone, but he's hurt himself. He's still on his haunches here.
Test the athleticism of the umpires.
Yeah.
Quick singles. Yeah, it's skill, and you've got to move pretty quickly to get into a position where you can actually make a decision in the first place.
I do some very, very low-level umpiring in games that I play, because we never have actual umpires, obviously. And the amount you've got to think about it's not just watching the ball and then you can switch. You're constantly thinking, and if there's a run-out chance, you've got to move quickly into a spot where you can make a clear and good decision. As Henry's in again, and Williamson's just wrangling the bat but not finding a gap. I do enjoy that though. There's a great power of lifting that finger, isn't there?
To your teammates.
Yeah, even better. You never hear the end of it from some of them.
Yeah, I once gave my brother out actually.
Ooh, that's big.
I did really enjoy that.
That is. Was it?
It was Plum.
LB, was it? Yeah.
Plum.
Nice. Drive into the covers, but Sean Dixon is there. He's in the game a lot, testing that finger. I remind myself.
Yeah, it's a busy area there. Sean. Williamson only on 3 at the moment. I think he will just assess conditions. Take a little while to get himself going, and then we'll use Eskenazi as the guy that's going to really look to take on this power play.
It was a fractured finger earlier this season. It's a bit shorter, pulled, and there's no fielder out there. That'll be 4 runs, bounces just inside the rope. Williamson getting hold of that one. Bit of a gimme there from Matt Henry. 2 Kiwis, they know each other very, very well, these two.
Yeah, just too short on that occasion from Matt Henry, and Williamson quickly onto that high-class player.
Driven, but there's a fielder there. Oh, it's gone through his legs. It's, Ben Green, I think.
That'd be TKC,
no, yeah, it's a
actually.
third. Yeah, yeah. It's
Didn't have his gloves on for that one.
Cola Cadmore
unfortunately.
letting it through. Yeah. Let's head over to Rob, who's in the stands with the Lieutenant Commander of HMS Somerset. This is Rosie Williams.
We've got Lieutenant Commander Rosie Williams, part of the HMS Somerset crew. Give them all a round of applause. We've got them in tonight. Absolute heroes, deployed on Christmas Day, 100 days plus, and you arrived back in Plymouth April, so you must be delighted to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much to everybody who's made today possible. We're really grateful. Over here in the Trade Nation stand, and we're lucky enough to be affiliated with Thatchers as well. So absolutely delighted. Go Somerset.
Thanks, Rosie.
Craig Overton, ball in hand. Oh, another looking to flick it here. It's Eskenazi again, hasn't got hold of it. Eskenazi was pointing at something there. Don't know what he spotted that he didn't like.
Unless he's got eyes in the back of his head,
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
not
know
sure
what he
what
could
he
have
could
seen there.
see.
He did seem to point and look at, or maybe he was just pointing at where he was aiming for. I was checking, isn't it? No issue with the field that I can see there. This one tucks him up a bit. Craig Overton's on the foot race with Williamson and misses the stumps. There's been a few attempts at the stumps at that end already. There's some quick singles being run.
Somerset needs to work on their footy skills, I think. I think I saw Ben Green miss in a video the other night as well.
Yeah,
They
I
love
saw
their
that.
football here,
That was a bad miss. That one not so. I get, you're neck and neck with the player. It's a 50-50 ball. Closing down on the keeper. I'm not going to be the one to tell Craig Overton he needs to work on his football skills.
No.
You can do that.
Not with his size 12s or whatever he wears.
Yeah. Probably would make a good keeper, actually. He's got bucket hands, hasn't he? Wouldn't mind having Craig Overton in goal. Williamson just carving this one to the fielder at the 45 there. It's Ben Green who takes that on the bounce.
It's a shot we see Williamson play so
it's
often,
nice to see
don't we? Run down to third man.
Yes, and it just glided off the bat, but picked out the fielder. Clever cricketer, Kane Williamson. His wife is from Somerset. This is just clipped easily up to the fielder at mid-on.
That's the link. I've been wondering what the
I went to school with her.
is.
She was in my year.
Oh, wow.
She's from Wales.
What a fact that is.
Yeah, Sarah. Don't know, she might be back in the UK now, I guess. Hi, Sarah, if you're
I think
watching.
he has been in
Has she been? I haven't
these
seen
neck
much.
of the woods
Has
for a while
There we
since he's
go.
been over here.
There we go. Comes Overton again. That's just pushed a little bit wider there, and the umpire's happy with it. I think it was within the line. Eskenazi had tried to give himself a bit of room to swing his arms, and so he was a bit far away from the ball, actually, by the time it got to him. Good bowling.
Yeah, good bowling by Craig Overton. We've got Lewis Gregory catching cover. Sean Dixon just in front of point catching as well.
This is leg side-ish, and yeah, it's a little bit too short, and it's just eased on its way by Eskenazi. Happy to see that one coming towards him. And helped to the boundary for another 4 runs. And Middlesex have started well here, 22 without loss. Bit of a loose one from Overton, that one. Not, I don't think, what he was aiming to do. Leg side, easy for Eskenazi. No fielder, no cover out there, so 4 easy runs.
Plenty of people in the stands now, filling up nicely here at Taunton.
Got to say, it's a cracking atmosphere on the Surrey game. Usually is for Surrey. Friday night Surrey game is usually good, especially when Somerset come out on top in that evening fixture. It's fantastic.
It's weird because I mean we've been playing cricket for a couple of months already, but that first Blast game, it really feels like summer. That's the start of the summer.
Yeah, it definitely, because it's warm as well, isn't it? Even on cooler days, it's still not. You're not there in a coat really for warmth. Might need it for rain, but not today. But yeah, whereas April County Championship, you can be in sort of wrapped up against the elements, can't you? Whereas here, it's not too bad. Right, we're going to see Riley Meredith then, first time. Oh, in the air, he's picked that one up nicely, and it will go all the way for 6 into the crowd. Taken? No, I don't think so. Put down in the crowd, but what a shot that is from Kane Williamson. spotted it straight away. No looking. It's the same again, isn't it? Eskenazi hitting first one off Henry for 4. Williamson decided to go for a 6 off Riley Meredith first ball.
Yeah, I think it's a great tactic though from a batting perspective to put the bowler under pressure from ball 1. You know, Meredith is under pressure now, having gone for that boundary in his first ball. So yeah, from a batting perspective, trying to get boundaries off the first couple of balls, I think that's always the way to go.
It was in
especially in the power play.
It was in a nice area, wasn't it, for Williamson? It wasn't the most dangerous ball we've seen from Riley Meredith. Here he comes again. That's better. Oh, it's taken him an inside edge. It will run away for 4, but I don't think Meredith will be too displeased with that because it's a good ball. And he's unlucky, but Williamson will pick up another scratchy 4 runs there.
Yeah, not the most elegant shot you've ever seen Kane Williamson play, but we'll take it nonetheless.
It's about as unelegant, inelegant as you'll see Kane Williamson, isn't it?
We talked about Eskenazi taking on this power play, but Williamson 20 off 11 balls. He's cashed in on anything that's been slightly too short from the Somerset attack so far.
Meredith in again, elbows pointing outwards. Yeah, the slower ball and just eased into the leg side. Another throw at the stumps. They're not scared of having to go here, the Somerset fielders at those run-outs.
Yeah, Goldsworthy busy in there. I think he was the one that tried to affect that close call earlier. And Harris turned down.
Oh, sun's out now. This feels like a really good... I know, it's, as you say, it's a weeknight, but still a blast night. They're special nights. You only get 7 of those and then maybe a quarter-final. I know Somerset have been lucky in having quite a few quarter-finals recently here, but something really special about the blast, isn't there?
Changing field, square legs come up, third man's gone back. And that has been deposited for 6.
Teammates sent running there.
Boundary.
That was right into the Middlesex dugout, and they all had to run away. You'd think the cricketers would stand up and take the catch, for goodness sake.
Yeah, we saw a good catch in the dugout. That Surrey game, I think it was from Jim Charrington, actually.
Oh, yeah. Who did a bit well with Somerset, didn't he, Jim Charrington? They really did scatter there. 6 players waiting to have a bat. No wickets down yet, 39 of that loss. This is a bit of uncharted territory for Somerset. So far this season, they've been good at getting those early wickets, and that makes such a big difference, doesn't it? But these two fairly set now as far as T20s go. 17 and 21. In comes Meredith. And there's an attempted little shot over the top of the keeper, but no connection, and the umpires are not... Oh, he's looking and looking,
Yeah,
Eskenazi.
Eskenazi's not too happy with that one, but I think he was...
I'm
not sure that was overhead height.
He backed away a lot, didn't he? Gave himself loads of room.
You always feel, you know, you have a cheeky look at the umpire, try and make them change their mind. Not on that occasion.
The umpire really does just look like a fielder, doesn't he? They're just looking now.
Pink top,
the pink
black
is
bottoms.
so similar. And they've got black caps as well. It is just the Somerset kit. Meredith in again. He's put it onto his own stumps. Meredith gets a wicket. Eskenazi trying to be too clever. And the practice shot he plays at the end is a massive slap through cover, whereas what he was trying to do was tuck it around the corner. He's put it straight onto, I think, his middle stump, and they get the breakthrough.
Oh, I really, really enjoyed that from Steve Eskenazi. Oh, he's tried to ramp it, he's missed it. Meredith's not missed the target, it's hit the stumps. But what he really wanted to do was hit that ball through cover.
Let's have another look. Oh yeah, he's definitely put it into
he actually set up again to play the shot.
Yeah, and then his practice shot or his sort of rehearsal shot at the end slaps it through cover. Here we go again. It's just not the ball. I don't think that's the ball to do it to at all.
It's off the foot, is it?
Yeah, is it the foot rather than the bat, is it?
I don't know.
It's odd. Is it come out the back of the hat? It doesn't look like it's full pelt, does it, from Meredith? Let's have a look. What's he done? Yeah, I agree with you. It's not. It's a strange one.
Hard to see from that angle.
Yeah. Well, the breakthrough, that's what Somerset needed. I mentioned 17 and 21, that was just getting going there, so Eskenazi goes. He was 17 off 12. And in comes Max Holden. In the power play, still got 2 overs left.
Still going to be Craig Overton.
Yeah, they like this, don't they? Somerset have done it for a few seasons now. Give Overton plenty of overs up top. Another quick single, but goals where they can't pick it up cleanly. So they'll come through for the single.
Yeah, as tight as what some of these runs have been, they've actually, you know, run particularly well. Got into positions where take the pace off the ball and able to scamper through, and you know, think about power play, and it's all about brute hitting and boundaries, but the ability to rotate strike as well, really important.
Makes a massive difference. I think something Surrey didn't do enough of here. You had Jason Roy hitting loads of sixes, and the others just weren't. They were trying to do the same, and instead of trying to get Roy on strike, they were trying to hit big and kept getting it wrong. And it meant that Roy made up something like 70% of the team's runs, and at that point, or even more maybe, and you're struggling. Even if you've got a player who's made 92, they still comfortably lost that game. So yeah, it's absolutely crucial that you're right. You've got to make sure you keep the strike ticking over, because you're not going to be able to hit every ball for 6 as much as you'd like. So that's a good shot there. Bit of a gap on the offside, and Holden's off the mark. And it brings Williamson, who's on 22, onto strike as well. So
particularly now you've got left-right hand
even
as
better.
well, you know. Yeah. That combination can be really effective when you're rotating the strike.
Puts a bit of pressure on, because there's a cut-off point in T20. So if your fielding side has to keep swapping over and changing, then it means the bowler's probably getting less time to bowl those deliveries. 7:45 cut-off time tonight. So this one goes up in the air over Craig Overton's head. Can't quite work out. Was that hit down? I think. Yeah, must have been the way it came off. It's a weird-looking shot. Not seen. Not many gets over Craig Overton like that. Let's have a look. Yeah, straight down and then. Oh, nearly. Not quite. If Craig Overton can't reach it, then no one can. Williamson on to 23. A few unorthodox shots in there from Williamson. Oh, that's hammered, but there is a fielder around there. Won't make it. 4 runs. And Holden picks up his first boundary and moves on to 5. A little bit shorter from Overton.
Yeah, it's that length again, that shorter length that Middlesex batters have been able to climb into. Holden, the left-hander there, picks that up in front of square. It's a good shot out towards the Trade Nation stand.
Makes the flash goes onto that. Stopped. Yeah, Dixon again. They really are testing that fractured finger that's only just his first game back from. When was the Surrey game? I think that was the 2nd or 3rd game of the season. So he's been out for a while.
Yeah, I expect he's been out for, I reckon, a minimum 4 weeks.
4 to 5 weeks, something like that.
Fractured digit, so I reckon, yeah, maybe, because I think he played a second 11 game in the week. Yeah, to try and get a bit of cricket in before obviously jumping straight back in at the deep end.
Right, Matt Henry then to finish off the power play. We'll bring the birthday boy in for the first time. He's got a lovely present that has been delivered up here. I'll let him explain about that. Henry full, nicely clipped. That's a lovely shot from Kane Williamson. That's what you're buying for as an overseas player. Full ball. Just neatly timed through the leg side for 4 runs.
Effortless. Yeah. Whipped through the mid-wicket region there from Kane Williamson.
There's probably you know, Williamson is not a super powerful player really, compared to some of the other guys on the circuit. So you start to think, well, how does he fit into teams in a T20? Well, that's how you pure class. As that one is just. Dropped into the offside for a single.
Yeah, and his probably will be more around timing and getting into to really good positions and
working angles.
Being really precise with what areas of the ground he's looking to target.
Yeah, because there was, as T20 was sort of starting up, there was that, as the game shifted, you know, you got to those players who just bashed it. And you thought that's the way the game's going, but actually it's more, it was a bit of a debate about spin bowling as well, as would it still have a role in T20s or would it just be your quick bowlers, as this is pulled around the corner, only 1 run. So it's great to see players like Williamson who, in all formats, Just so good. Kohli, obviously, I'm just thinking of the big four. He's one of them. Kohli announcing his Test retirement ahead of a series in England. Not saying the two are linked, but I saw quite a few comments about that. Perhaps he didn't fancy it. Steve Smith batting Australia today. This is in the air, should be taken. Second wicket goes down, and that is the end of Kane Williamson. Goes for 28. Big moment for Somerset, that, getting rid of the overseas start. Didn't get all of it. He wasn't able to really hammer that one, and in the end, the catch was taken pretty easily in the boundary. And that's the second wicket, 52 for 2.
Yeah, talking about how well Williamson usually times the ball, and fortunately on that occasion, just didn't time that, didn't get enough on it, and Tom Abel in the deep does the rest. Good reply from Matt Henry after being hit from a boundary early in the over. And I talked about him being really precise, where he was so precise he picked out the fielder perfectly there.
Great bit of batting practice. Is Abel out there? He's got his
elbows. He's got his tubey grip on, Tom.
Usually those things. Well, when you see it, couldn't quite work out if it was Tom Abel, but when you've got Craig Overton on your team, he's the one you always pick out as being an amazing catch, but Abel as well. Seriously sharp catcher, so that was fairly routine. Shorter, this is in the air again. Abel might be in again here. I think it might go over his head, does it? Yes, 6, but only just. Abel watched it all the way. Geddes wastes no time. He gets off the mark with a 6.
For a moment, I think I was definitely interested. Tom Abel was interested, and unfortunately just ran out of room there.
Right then, Matt Henry hit for a 4 and a 6. He's taken a wicket. Strange over so far, as this is fired straight to short cover, and Tom Kohler-Cadmore this time makes no mistake and takes the ball. That is the end of the power play, and it's 58 for 2. And while I make way for Pete Trigo, Sophie, how do you reckon the power play's gone there for both these sides?
Well, it's probably pretty even, to be fair, Charlie. 58 for 2. Big wickets though of Eskenazi and Williamson, which Somerset will be buoyant about.
Proud sponsor and official health insurance partner of Somerset County Cricket.
Bringing the changes, a lot of movement in the field, trying to get certain fielders in key positions. The skipper, Lewis Gregory, comes into the attack from the River End. And we say good evening to the birthday boy.
All right, Soph.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you. That was a bit more like it in terms of the power play from the opposition. As Lewis comes into the attack, and he's going to probably, just go away for a boundary first ball. It's been interesting watching the first few games. A lot of Somerset fans very excited about what's been going on here, and I think they've been able to shut down the opposition by intimidating them with a short ball. But the Middlesex players knew it was coming, and they've hit 3 or 4 or 5 sixes already. So I think where they are at the moment is a relatively competitive start. I think that's a big hammer blow, losing Williamson, though. He was just starting to look very, very dangerous.
What have you been up to today on your birthday?
Well, I thought I'd push the boat out and do a bit of shopping. Decided to go Hail Mary and went to Lidl, which is, keeping costs down. I was thinking about playing a bit of golf, but the weather was terrible. Watched a bit of the US Open, a bit of the Test match. But just gearing up for coming here on a Thursday night and watch the lads. Yeah, it's well, I think I've got at least probably more than a decade on you, say. But birthdays kind of get a little bit avoidable. Do you know what I mean? You're kind of like, oh, yeah. They're just days.
Just a normal day, isn't it? Days. Come to work,
Come to work. It was very kind of chap downstairs offered me a free pastry with our coffees that I bought us, but I had to turn it down because I'm on a diet now. 44, and the old trousers are getting a bit tight, so I turned that away. I must just actually mention while I'm on air, Stuart. From Minehead Cricket Club. It's made me this really, really nice pillow. What do you think, Soph? No, that's probably a better side, isn't it, to have a look at? Oh, top edge, chance. Oh, it's just landed in the gap. Nearly. Lots of variation being used there by the Somerset captain. He's a wily old bowler in T20 cricket. Bowls a lot of different deliveries. That looked like a slower bouncer. Unfortunately, Riley Meredith unable to get round.
Oh, look what we got here.
I told you I'm on a diet, Charlie. Oh.
Every single one you do with Somerset.
What do we think about that,
Tell you what,
everyone?
there's some haircuts in that collection, aren't there?
Oh dear. I'll tell you what. Oh, unfortunately, we haven't got any of the ones with the old peroxide hair. That slice would taste a bit nasty. Thanks, guys. We'll have a little slice of that a bit later. No expense
I thought you
spared.
just turned down a pastry.
Well, you know, when someone goes above and beyond, you'd be rude not to. Straight into the attack, Goldsworthy, bop straight back over his head by Holden for 6. And welcome to the game. The Middlesex batters are certainly all guns blazing.
Yeah, looking to put Somerset bowlers under pressure here. We haven't seen a lot of Goldsworthy, to be fair, a lot of spin.
I think this is you very much be aware of this with all the detail you go into before a game. You know, the opposition, they've watched Somerset play for 3 games now. They know the MO of Somerset, bowl a lot of bouncers, kind of preparing for it. And it certainly looks like they've done their homework. You can imagine, you know, coming down to a home ground that's been very, very good for Somerset in terms of wins. You know, I think as an opposition, you've got that attitude. Right, what are we going to do about this? How are we going to change momentum here? And I think the obvious one is, right, we're going to take the fight to Somerset, and fair play to Middlesex. They're certainly doing that. It's important for Somerset just to keep scrapping for every run here. Massive wicket, as I said, that Williamson for 28. Still quality players coming in. Geddes hasn't got hold of that. In fact, he's hit it so poorly. It hasn't even carried to Henry. He made some sort of a slidey, diving effort there at mid-on.
Yeah, I was half expecting that to be Overton running towards the ball, but given there's a right and left-hander at the crease, Craig is at long off for the right-handed Geddes.
Another big shot. Oh, he's nailed that. It's hardly gone much more than about 15 foot all the way over the diving Tom Abel, straight into the family stand for another 6. So very much a dominating performance so far from Middlesex. Somerset, for the first time in this competition, safe under a little bit of pressure.
Absolutely, they certainly are. Lewis is ringing changes in terms of bowling options as we see Ben Green come into the attack. I'd say credit to Middlesex. Yeah, they've looked to target, especially those first couple of balls in the over. Somerset bowlers under pressure. It's working so far.
Another beautiful shot, putting the bowler straight under pressure, a boundary off the first ball. It's a horrible place to be as a bowler when you bowl your first delivery and it gets dispatched. Charlie's encouraging me to eat cake at the moment. He's just delivered a knife and quite a few little takeaway tubs. So while I'm commentating, I'm just going to cube myself up and what do you do with you like your bacon, don't you, Soph? What do you do with this ribbon? Just is that a part of the ingredients? Do we want to get rid of that? Yeah. Oh no. Dear me. What's going on?
What are you going to do? You're going to cut each little head into a into a slice. You're thinking about it now, aren't you?
Well, it's going to be a bit, but I suppose this could be like a Charlie Taylor of how vain is Pete Trigo. Is he willing to cut pictures of himself up with a knife? It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Exactly what you've done. Chapeau.
Green then into the right-hander. He's working that into the wicket region. They're going to turn down to a little bit of a slip from Holden at the striker's end. Prevented them getting back.
I've got a plan here, Soph.
Okay.
You look after the commentating for a minute. I'm being distracted here.
Just worked off Holden's hip. Dixon does some brilliant fielding. He's been in the action a lot tonight. Yeah, we are going to deliver this cake. Pete Trigo has not touched any of his multiple faces on the cake yet.
Ben Green, you have to say that it almost looks like when he bowls for Somerset, he's often coming in at a time where Henry, Meredith and Overton have kind of put a lot of pressure on. The run rate's low for the opposition and they go so hard at Ben Green, he then picks up his classic wicket. He does it brilliantly. This is a little bit of a new scenario, isn't it? Where he's now going to have to make a different kind of breakthrough. So I think Middlesex are just going at over 10 and over at the moment. He's going to have to fight for his wickets a little bit more. Brilliant start to the innings from Holden and Geddes so far. Lewis Gregory's had a switcheroo of ends. Change of pace early. Nicely played through the covers. Middlesex pair scampering for 2.
Don't get it though. Good fielding out there on the cover boundary by Will Smead. Yeah, more to deliver. It's cut away. It's going to be cut off on the offside boundary by Dixon again.
To say so, if this cake doesn't look like the quality of the ones that you used to bring in.
Thanks, Treeks.
Seems to be.
Although it's terrible of me, isn't it, that it's your birthday and I haven't.
There seems to be a distinct lack of moisture in this chocolate sponge at the moment.
That's one of my favourite pictures.
Middlesex 98 for 2, nearing the halfway stage. You kind of feel like 190 would be the lower end of par here at Taunton. Is that a?
Yeah, we were talking about.
That's a fair comment,
said
isn't
that
it?
par usually starts with a 2 here. That's crunched.
What a shot! That
through the covers. He's just pounced on any length. Middlesex. That's been put away very, very nicely there. Bit of whip from Gregory and punished.
I think that is one of the attitudes that, you know, if I can cast my mind back to playing here at Taunton, sort of in the earlier times in T20 cricket, if you did bat first, which was kind of the thing to do in my day. I know chasing is favoured on good wickets nowadays because of the 360 shots that a lot of the batters have at their disposal, but you know, when we had sort of the likes of Dreskothic and Keys Vetter at the top of the order, we had Butler and Pollard coming in at the back end. We kind of had the attitude that if you do bat first, you've got to put the game out of sight and play with that level of aggression. It was almost like a chasing mentality. We kind of even early T20, where pars were probably in the 160 region, we used to say we have to get 200 to make this game safe. And we'd often get a little bit more than that. And it certainly looks like I'm seeing that sort of mentality here with Middlesex, that they're all, in their minds, it looks like they're chasing 200, 210, 220, and they're batting with a lot more aggression than we've seen other teams so far.
I think their aggression is what's made Lewis certainly ring the changes in terms of the bowling order potentially. Seeing Craig Overton back in now, we saw him bowl his 3 up top in the power play, but it's rotated the rest of the bowlers. Fielded by TKC at extra cover. Valuable, rare dot ball in this Middlesex innings. Valuable from a Somerset perspective, for sure. This timed into the leg side, only going to be single. Given that Middlesex are going at 10 runs per over, Craig Overton has been pretty economical so far. 4 balls to go in his spell tonight. Well, that was a shot of class from Max Holden. Beautiful shape. 4 runs straight down the ground.
Yeah, that's not to be underestimated. That looks like a bit of a knuckleball there from Overton, and to be able to hold your shape when you've bowled a slower ball and hit that perfect drive back over the bowler's head. Yeah, as you say, a real touch of class there. Holden, who's on to 36. Overton puts a little bit of effort into that one and gives him a little rib tickler. Yeah, Overton's bowled well. 3.5 overs, 22 runs on the board. I think the death overs are going to be very entertaining tonight. We've got a relatively full ground here at the Cooper Associates, and a massive shot straight back over Overton's head. Has it cleared the Botham stand? It has. 1 bounce and all the way over. Apologies if you're canoeing down the Tone this evening. Compensation could be a slice of cake with my face on. What a great shot that is. Oh, Stephen up there, he's karate kicked that one away. I think he just gave it a nudge over. It was 1 tile back from being a complete clearing of the Lord Botham stand. But old Steve just flapped it over. Around, there's a good chance you might end up with a few slices of spare cake. You don't fancy your slice I've trimmed you off there, Soph?
Well, it's a beautiful picture of you and Hildy.
A bit shame to wreck it, wasn't it, eh?
It's a big slice, actually.
There you go. I don't know if you can, how close can you get it there?
Oh, he's tried to parry that back, Goldsworthy.
That's worth a replay, that one. Overton goes for the bouncer, top edge, all the way down to Goldsworthy. Oh, he's
got himself in a bit of a tangle there.
It looks like he's misjudged it a little bit. It was a lot lower. It's sort of almost chest height by the time he did the old Frosby flop. Is that what it's called, Charlie? Frosby flop? Yeah, one of them, so you know, the old high jump. Yeah, when you used to go over split leg and then over, yeah, that one. Anyway, Goldsworthy has not qualified for the semi-final of the high jump.
Which isn't surprising given his height, really, is it?
Ben Green to Holden, who's caressed that through the covers. He's nearly gone. Oh, Overton with a rare misfield. Somerset just showing a few cracks here this evening under the pump, no doubt about that. They're under pressure. The Middlesex players, they've come out, they've batted aggressively. A few little chinks in the armour showing here tonight.
Yeah, certainly under pressure at the moment.
Somerset just need to raise their levels just a little bit flat out there. I think it's the first time in the game 4 now where they've really been put under the pump. Credit to Middlesex, but a couple of little fielding errors, which is so rare for this particular Somerset team.
This Middlesex pair have built a very nice partnership here.
Scampering there from Henry, who's covered a few yards there to cut off the 2. And Green's gone for 16 in his 3.5 overs. Probably the only unusual thing about that, he hasn't picked up a wicket yet. He's got an incredible strike rate when it comes to T20 bowling, but the Middlesex batters tonight look on top form.
Yeah, that's well bowled by Green. Pace off there to Holden. He's moved to 43 off just 23 balls. Geddes is striking at over 200. Overs to go after this one, Triggs. What do you reckon Middlesex are looking at?
Well, at this stage now, I think it'll be defined by one of these players going on and making an 80+ score, and I think they'll be eyeing up 210, 220 from here. Nothing is a given in this game. I think so. Please enjoy it's not a slice, that's a slab.
The dry, you really sold it to me, the dry iced cake.
Well, it's a sort of patio slab size. It looks like it's, instead of using sugar, they've used that blue circle stuff. So yeah, enjoy that. Wash it down with that flat white. VERTU crowd catch. If you take a catch, you can win yourself some hospitality for 2. But please, if you are going to go for the old crowd catch, make sure you're not 3 or 4 Thatchers deep. Make sure you've warmed up, you've done your dynamic flex, you've taken off the acrylics. That cricket ball is quite hard. Riley Meredith coming in from the Lord Botham stand end. Welcome, Charlie Taylor.
I can smell that cake.
Can you? Sure. It's sulphur.
Oh. Slapped and nearly taken. That would have been an amazing catch, but in the end he saved probably 3 runs there because that was travelling. Who is it? Abel, is it? No, who's there? Gregory, I think it is the captain, isn't it? Who's managed to get 2 hands to it. That must have hurt because that was really going hard.
Yeah, it would have been a great catch. But the lads take so many amazing catches. You almost kind of expect them to be taken. That would have been quite the catch. 2 hands to it, definitely goes down as a chance. It's a tough school.
That is a tough, yeah. That's
getting old and cantankerous and in my day.
Meredith in there. Quite what he was expecting. Big flash of the bat at it. It's come off into the leg side and they'll run 2 pretty well.
It's one of the dangers when you get a bit older. Charlie phrases and sort of thinking that when I was a young man, it's getting there.
Telly.
Pete Robinson used to have a brilliant phrase for dropped catches at the change of an innings. We're post-watershed, aren't we? Yeah. He'd go, "Oh, Trigo, that drop catch, I could have caught that in the cheeks of my backside." Cheers, coach. Thanks for that.
That also sounds painful. Bad enough on your hands.
What a shot that is.
In the crowd, put down, but what a shot. Feels like he's angled the bat slightly to drive that over the cover region. 6. Beautiful.
That is a shot of serious quality. That will take some beating tonight. That is my shot of the day by a long way. It's gone miles up into the Trade Nation stand. Over extra cover. Speed meets speed, and the outcome is a massive 6.
He's 48 off 21 balls here. Benedict Geddes, very good player. Won't be getting anything on that one. The umpires have a look and they say that's one for the over. Mr. Meredith.
Yeah, he's been expensive tonight. He has picked up that wicket, but he's gone for 26 so far in just the 10 balls.
This is really good for Middlesex. First team, as you said, I think you're right. First team that's really put Somerset under a lot of pressure in this tournament so far. They've had 3 pretty convincing wins, Somerset. This one looks like they're going to have to work hard for it.
I was saying to Soph, you know, you get the opportunity in modern cricket now to watch how teams have played, get the stats, see what the past scores are, and who you're facing, and it's almost like
leg side. I don't know if there's anything on that, but Tom Banton couldn't take it, and it's gone all the way for 4. Yeah, it's come off the leg, given as leg buys.
Yeah, it's almost like Middlesex have had a look at their position and made that decision to turn it round, and what better place to do it than coming after one of the teams that are on a flyer. They have put Somerset under pressure, not from ball 1, but certainly I think ball 1 of the 3rd over is when they really just started to tick.
Yeah, Eskenazi and Williamson had a bit of a look, didn't they, at the top of the innings against some pretty good Overton and Henry bowling. Meredith in then. Similar looking shot to the one that really flew the first ball of this over, but that one not connected as well, and they'll pick up just the single.
Which part of the cake are you after, Charlie?
Right, what pictures
would you like young pre-beard, or would you like the bearded?
No, I'm definitely up for the bearded Trigo. That sounds like a bird, the bearded Trigo, doesn't it? Just do a bit of bird watching. Go on, I'll have those. God, that's a big old slice, that.
You want to go for the
Yeah,
D'Artagnan sort of...
Yeah, is that what it was?
Moustache and whatever.
If you were one of the 3 musketeers, who were the other 2 in your Somerset side then? Trez and Hildy.
Well,
thank you.
Who's the thirsty one? That's Ian Blackwell.
Blackwell.
Yeah.
There you are in return. Happy birthday.
Thanks, buddy. I've got my pillow.
Not in this game. The way this is going. Gregory in then. This is fired into the cover region, but there's a fielder on the boundary. Pick up just the one.
Property of BBC.
Geddes picks up his 50 with that single as well. He's played very well for that. Just 25 balls going at 200. Gregory in again, the captain coming around the wicket. Slower ball that ends up sort of at knee height without bouncing to the batter, Max Holden, who's on to 46. These two looking really good, 46 and 50. 46 off 26 balls and 50 off 25 balls. So these two have been fantastic. Partnership now worth 94. Excellent stuff in just under 8 overs. In the air, huge. That's gone.
Shot that is. What a shot that is. Dispatched into the falafel stand. That is gone many a mile into the fan zone. What a shot that is. It's been quite impressive actually. A lot of the shots have been high quality. They haven't been reckless slogs. I mean, even that there, he's perfectly still. He's not tried to overhit that. Just pure brute force and timing.
Another new ball, is it?
Quality cricket here being played by Middlesex. 152 at the moment. Only in the 14th over, so they're really lining up a score that's going to start with at least 2.
Somerset are going to be tested tonight. And how will they do? We'll find out, won't we? Because they've been brilliant so far, Somerset, keeping teams to low totals. But already Middlesex and beyond, I think, numbers they've had to chase so far have been around the 140s, 150s, haven't they, in total? Well, Middlesex with 6 and a bit overs to go.
Yeah, this
already at 152.
this is definitely going to be a test, but if you're going to be tested on, I mean, I don't know if you did enjoy the pitch report from earlier.
Always.
But I asked Lily to try and get an angle. It just had this perfect sheen on the pitch all the way down it. It was, you know, the way the sun caught it at a certain angle, you could see the mud underneath, and it was just like freshly laid tarmac. It was it was an absolute belter of a pitch, and I think that's why the Somerset bowlers, when they've gone to their cutters, they haven't had any joy, because there's nothing for it to grip onto. It's almost just sitting up. So if you're going to chase a big score, this is definitely the place to do it.
Short term pull. The short balls haven't really worked today as an option because the pitch is so pure. The batters have taken it on. They've generally done well, but that one he gets away with, really, just a single from it. Gregory's figures 0 for 28 from one ball short of 3 overs, so he's been a bit expensive as well. Doesn't bowl particularly badly, I don't think. It's a good ball, good length, and that will go for 4. A couple of bounces, and these two making it look very, very simple at the moment. Watching the ball and picking their placement, scoring runs.
High class shot, man. Just dropping that back leg, lofting the blade, bit of extra cover for 4. Superb, isn't it? You just bit my head off.
Bit your head off there. Delicious.
I don't know how I feel about that. I'm sorry, Jake. It feels aggressive, but thanks to Virtue Motors. Many excellent partners we have here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I'm Pete Trigger. I'm sat here watching my mate
eat your head. As that was just dropped, and they'll go for a single there, which is not what they've been doing recently. They did that a lot at the start, but since then, in the middle overs, they've been aiming for boundaries. But that's another one. Sorry, it does feel like it's affected you a bit.
Devour my image.
Yeah. That's delicious.
Mate, as long as you're enjoying it.
I'm loving it.
I mean?
Yeah, it was a good era. That was I think that was the kit, which was the era that Roller van der Merwe went nuts against Surrey.
Yeah,
I think that's that one-day kit, isn't it? That was a good season. Well, that game was brilliant. That was the one we remember from that season. There's some other good ones as well, I seem to remember in that year. Is that 2018, maybe? Just a single there. 160 for 2. We're not even 15 overs in. This is great stuff from Middlesex. It's been fun to watch, actually. I've really enjoyed this. Some high-quality batting out there. Making the fielding team really think about where they're bowling, what they're doing. Captain's under a lot of pressure here, Lewis Gregory, to get the field setting right, as this is many times slow ball from Banbury.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see a game tonight. I mean, the powerhouse Somerset batting lineup definitely going to have to be at full tilt tonight to turn over the score that Middlesex look like they're going to get.
Yeah.
Belting surface, the sun's out, it's nice and warm, not a breath of wind out there, perfect conditions. I think we'll see a beauty.
High and long and has gone over the Lord in both stand, and that is an unbelievably clean hit from Ben Geddes, who is seeing it like a beach ball out there today.
Yeah, that is a pure swing, a great strike. Even Steven Seagal, no chance of stopping that.
Well, I've got to say, if the Canoe Club does meet on a Thursday, because they're literally based just the other side of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, really. A few dangerous shots as that goes out to the cover boundary for a single.
Like the Alamo over there. tin hats on.
There was one game, wasn't there, where was it a Chris Gale game, I think, where someone jumped in to get the ball out of the river, bobbing down the. There was so many sixes, probably quite a few balls in the river that night.
I think at the end of that evening, the chap who jumped in the tone to retrieve the ball ended up with the ball in one of the bars in town, sharing a bottle of rum with Chris.
Yeah, I remember that. That's a good photo.
It's Holden passes 50, a fine knock off of just 33 balls. 1-6, 5-4, but Geddes seems to be the real danger man. He's on 69 in rapid time, and when he decides to go aerial, it stays hit.
69 off 31 balls. I mean, Holden 50 off 30 is fantastic, but being overshadowed a bit at the moment.
say, look at the teams. I didn't see this coming. The quality of the Somerset attack and the way they have been bowling, but again, it was almost like they predicted that Somerset were going to go short into the wicket, and they were just waiting for it, and they've executed a lot of very, very quality shots. Henry,
good ball there,
into the attack to bowl his third over.
Rare dot ball, not seen many. Yeah, it's good ball there. Still going quite hard at it though, Middlesex. Hang around. Run rate 11.14. That's as we say. That's pretty good going. That's going to take some chasing, whatever they get from here, really, because they're already looking at 170. If 8 wickets fell in the next 8 balls, they're already going to have to chase 170, and there's still best part of 5 overs to go.
Oh, that would be wishful thinking. Another amazingly timed shot there through the point region. Beautiful use of the hands, the blade just opening there on contact. That's a very, very purposeful shot, that. And a stunning bit of cricket.
See the way his wrists end up having played it? He's really using that angle, isn't he, to find that gap. Brilliant shot. Brilliant shot. I'm really impressed with Middlesex. It's hard to believe that they've only won 1 of their 4. One of them was rained off, so 1 of their 3 completed games. Oh, fired back down the ground. That's another 4. Runs flowing here for Middlesex. They're up to 177.
That's another serious shot. He's just waited on that and forehand smashed it over cover for Banks 4. That is, this is some proper batting from the Middlesex pair.
Yeah, this has been fantastic stuff.
What's the partnership now? 125.
Yeah.
In rapid time.
It's flying, isn't it?
Don't forget, this is Matt Henry bowling. Not just anyone.
Attempted scoop shot straight into the hands of Tom Banton. Not getting anything from that.
So I think they're the sort of moments where you think, well, just hit those 2
yeah,
shots.
why
would you?
Why scoop?
I think when guys are playing this well, you just feel invincible and you can do anything.
You'd have had those moments, Triggs, for sure.
Or doing silly things, 100%. Never really that keen on the ramp.
No, you focus more on sort of the in front of you, didn't you, really? There's a good bit of fielding out there. Tom Abel's good, actually, on the boundaries. Quite often you'll find him closer than that, but he's such a good fielder.
Yeah, brilliant athlete, quick across the ground. Very, very good, safe hands, as is Craig Overton.
10 from this over already. And that includes a couple of top balls. So Middlesex absolutely flying. Comes Henry again then. Shorter. Oh, and that one's nicely played. Deft little touch over Tom Banton. Another 4. Brilliant work from this Middlesex pair. Who've now moved to 183 for 2 from 16 overs. How high can this go, Pete? Because at the moment they've still got 8 wickets to go. Loads of batting still to come.
Well, they're looking at Chinese dentists at the moment, aren't they? Do you think? 2:30.
I mean, that is on the cards too.
You've never heard that one?
I've heard that what time's the best time for a dentist appointment, because that's when I had my last dentist appointment and I enjoyed telling everyone.
Riley Meredith from the River End.
2:30 is well on here, because that's only 47 runs in 4 overs. They're already at that rate pretty much. Yeah, what can Meredith do? Bit of pace. He's got 2 overs to bowl. Takes the pace off. This one goes up into the air. Fielder coming underneath. It should be taken. Is taken, and that partnership comes to an end. And what a partnership it's been. Ben Geddes finishes on 69 from just 32 balls. He's had a huge part to play in this Middlesex batting lineup, and the way he's played that today, just from the off, just no fear.
Yeah, it's been awesome to watch, actually, and you don't think. You see a lot of innings of that sort of high strike rate. You see a lot of swinging and wild shots, but it's just been quality cricket shots. I mean, that's the first one where if you see point of contact, the head goes up a little bit early, didn't quite hold his shape the same. Everything else has been pure as, but he's earned the right. He's bought a ticket. He hasn't won the lottery this time, but what a great knock that is. He's put his team in a brilliant position.
Well, that's the worry now, isn't it? For
Comes
Somerset.
to the crease, left-hander, very, very awkward to bowl at when he gets going. He's got Holden at one end,
131
64.
Yeah, you've got someone who's now got full licence with just 3 and a bit overs to go. Tell him, yeah, go for it. Why not? 183 for 3. You've still got batting to come if you get out. Try and smash a few. Let's see how he plays. What a partnership that was. 131 runs. Brilliant. How's your cake going down? It's so finished off her slice now. No, I didn't get finished.
I'm on.
She turned you down, Pete.
I'm on slicing duty only at the moment. I want other people to
down the
enjoy
ground.
it.
Could be taken. It is taken. What a catch! 2 in 2. And Riley Meredith's on a hat-trick. Now that is a serious catch from Craig Overton. Low down, diving full stretch. We know he can do it, but when he pulls it off, it still looks great. Deploy has to go, having faced just 1 ball.
Yeah, awesome stuff there from Go Gadget Overton. Long arms, long legs. He's sprinted across and caught that a whisker away from the ground. Superb bit of fielding there from the big fast bowler. And he's enjoyed that with a big fist pump.
He was cross earlier on because he let a boundary go that he should have stopped, so this might make up for that perhaps. Let's have a look. Brilliant catch, low down. He's done really well. Oh, we got the duck sound effects.
Yeah, and even though we didn't really see it, that's a big wicket. That's a really big wicket. He's a dangerous player. He's
absolutely. Well, you see it actually pinged off his bat there. Okay, he didn't time it perfectly, but he's got the power. Overton did well to get around. Obviously, the connection. He's pretty clean. He just wasn't banking on Craig Overton managing to get there like that. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant. Well, 183 for 4. Is there time for Somerset to really clamp back on this fantastic Middlesex innings? That's going to be 4. The hat-trick ball goes for 4. Higgins, a little bit too leg side from Meredith. He's put that option on there, and Higgins capitalises. Not a great hat-trick delivery. Yeah, far too leg side. As he runs. 4 to the total, 187. Meredith's figures look a lot better, don't they? 1 for 31 off 2.5 as opposed to 3 for 31.
Yeah, a couple of dividers always helps, and filling for a bit of confidence. He's still got a bit of bowling to do. Remember, Higgins, dangerous player, good striker, and Holden is still out there on 64 off 36, so certainly no slouch. I think this is the important thing is, you know, hasn't gone amazingly well for Somerset. You know, they are staring down the barrel, but it's really important you don't just take what you're going to get. You fight for every run, and you know, really, I think those 2 wickets would have allowed a little bit of huddle time for Lewis to just remind them that every run counts. Every run we don't go for is 1 less we have to chase. I know it's a pretty obvious thing, but
trying to hit the wide Yorker there.
Sometimes where the ball's going around the park, you're just like, oh well, it's not our day, and we'll just chase whatever they get. That attitude, but these games often go down to sort of 5-10 runs, and in the context of T20 cricket, that's just 2 bad balls or 2 bits of sloppy bowling, and important that Somerset stay switched on here.
Bit of silly fielding, absolutely. Everything counts, doesn't it? So important in these shorter games, especially the T20s. Meredith in, still got 2 balls to bowl in this one.
Yeah, that was one of Somerset's greatest T20 bowlers, Alfonso Thomas, who always used to talk about not bowling emotional deliveries. You know, if you've just been hit for 6 or back-to-back boundaries, gather your thoughts, make sure you don't sort of compound the issue by getting a little bit hot under the collar.
Yeah. He is flying at the moment, Alfonso Thomas, isn't he? With Leicestershire, doing a brilliant job. Brilliant job. Really pleased to see them doing well under his leadership. Not surprised. Fantastic cricketer. Loved watching him. That was someone I absolutely loved. Deft bowling, Alfonso Thomas. He's done really like the speed, the wheels he had.
Yeah, he was a master
through his career.
Quite a while. Riley Meredith just closing out his 3rd. He's got.
Should we go and see Dan in the Trade Nation stand?
Where is on?
Day on Sunday, of course, and there's a family day here for the 10th of August game against Lancashire. Gerald and Ollie will be there for both of those because they're Somerset members. Great to see you both. Ollie, you've just been telling me you're a trainee wicket-keeper, but what did you make of that catch there from Craig Overton?
Good.
Good. Succinct. Gerald, you've been coming here for years. Who are the first players you remember watching?
Andy Caddick, Rob Turner, Graham Rose, Simon Eccleston.
Great memories then?
Absolutely, yeah.
Brilliant. Well, you valued members, enjoy the day. Good luck, thanks for your time.
Shirts there. I wonder if we should get that design into the kit. Here we go. Lewis Gregory bowling. He's bowled a full toss and that's been swatted down the ground by Holden. He's not going to miss out on that. He's already on 65. He's just up that to 69. Not the greatest delivery there from the Somerset captain, searching for that Yorker. Wasn't a mile away, but there's very small margin for error when you're bowling against someone who's having a bit of a day out in the sunshine.
That could be caught. Fielder there, can't. Oh, brilliant stop! Brilliant stop. Is it Will Smead?
Great effort there from Smead. He's smothering that.
That is great work indeed. Because that's not. I thought he was going for the catch. He's not going to catch that.
It's like one of those war films where your mate jumps on a grenade. That's what it looked like to me. He smothered it with that great big bicep that he's got. What an athlete.
Padding on his arm.
Definitely doesn't miss the old chest tries and buys day. Old Smeedy.
That's a good shot. That's a really good shot for 4. He knew the gap was there, just got to beat the infield. Gregory's bowled him a ball that offers it to him. He's nailed it.
He's just getting away from Somerset captain at the moment. I suppose there is one potential thing that could just stall the innings. It's the Holden's closely creeping up on 100. Maybe that might
get a bit nervous.
He
hasn't looked nervous, has he?
I don't think T20 is a nervy kind of game, but he looks all set for 3 figures at the moment on 75. Another beautiful shot down the ground. He's going to pick up a 4. He is on fire.
I'm going to bring in Soph to take you through the rest of the innings with Birthday Boy as he finishes off. You haven't had a slice yet. You need to get involved.
I find it hard enough to talk without a mouth full of chocolate cake, John. I'm going to wait for my break. Get my feedback from my mate here, Soph. Soph's had a little bit of chocolate cake, I think. Lewis is over. Is not going to plan. That's a good delivery there. Got that underneath the bat of Holden. Some serious batting going on here tonight, Soph.
Yeah, well, I feel like it was all action while I was on air, and since I've been off air, it's been boundaries galore.
A little spurt of wickets there from Meredith, 2 in 2 balls, but it hasn't slowed down Middlesex at all. Already on 205 with 13 balls to go. Well bowled there from Higgins, unable to get that one away. Good close, good end to the over. You'd imagine it's Henry Meredith to finish. Don't forget troops, it's family day, Sunday the 10th of August. Face painting, petting zoo is back. They had that armadillo a couple of years ago. It's not very strokeable, the old armadillo. Crunchy on the outside, soft on the inside, armadillo. Alpacas, they're quite soft, aren't they? They might spit, Charlie, I don't know. Street food claims, virtual cricket. We've got Runmaker with the virtual cricket downstairs again. Julian White, ex-coach and player here.
Have you had a go on that?
Yes.
You wanted me to have a go on that earlier. I didn't have time.
You've got to get on it. You won't have time. That'll be an hour of your life gone.
Okay,
yeah.
Maybe I need to message him then. Give it a go.
Meredith into the attack. Holden on 80.
It's tickled away really fine.
Oh, is that runs? It's given runs. It looked like a bit of thigh or a bit of backside on that, but he's just managed to get a bit of willow on it. Very nicely played. Flick round the corner there. 84 now. Thinking about doing something smart to get to 100, or is he just going to go all guns blazing? I think the latter.
so deep in his crease, Holden, you can see from up here. And the cloths that actor long off. Seagulls are swooping in.
They've heard there's a bit of cake kicking around there after some crumbs. I tell you what, if they had a slab of that, they won't be taking off for a while, would they, eh? All flights grounded. You didn't bake that, did you, Charlie? How was it Asda? It's nice. To Higgins. Somerset need to bowl as many as they can at the new batter. Beautiful Yorker there, but well played. Right, Higgins. 230, I think would be a real minimum target.
Yeah, what's that, 9 balls to go?
9 balls, 19 more runs. Yeah, that's a real minimum. I think they'd probably want a few more than that. I think that's one of the slight disadvantages when you have a high-paced bowler is anything on it at the right angle. It's just a boundary, isn't it, here at Taunton? Got to be so on the money here as a seam bowler. He's already gone for 39 with 3 balls to go. He's picked up 3 key wickets. Been a fraction expensive.
Doesn't get that through Holden. Goldsworthy does the fielding at short third in the ring.
I always found that one of the hardest balls to face. Never, you know, if you had someone who could bowl a 90-mile-an-hour bouncer, when the slower bouncer came in, so you'd see it as a bouncer, but it would take you that split second to work out which one it was. It was, I never used to enjoy those.
Really interesting field here. 5 men on the boundary in front of the wicket.
It's definitely a... Oh, that's a great shot there from Higgins, almost baseball style. A line drive over mid-off, over Overton, and even the enthusiastic fielder that he is, he didn't even offer a jump or anything. That was beautifully struck to the Colin Atkinson Pavilion.
I hope everyone's right over there. Craig didn't sort of cover his mouth. Suggest that might have been close to someone, but hopefully
not a crowd catch then.
Oh, there was a good one on the in the England-West Indies game at Utility Bowl the other night. Guy fell forward, got stuck between the chairs.
Wedged. Meredith picks up his 4th. Higgins just trying to run that off the blade to third man. A thin edge through to Banton. And Meredith's spell finishes 4 for 46.
Yeah, just trying to use the pace there, Higgins. Middlesex won't be too unhappy though, Holden on strike for the last over.
All in all, pretty good spell there from Meredith. 4 breakthroughs. As I said earlier, Sophie, it really looked like the perfect pitch to bat on. There was just not a blemish on it at all. It's like I said, a good amount of rolling. I know there was some inclement weather earlier, but they've obviously had a couple of hours to prepare it, get all the moisture off, roll it. It was, just looked an absolute dream.
Yeah, we trained under the lights last night and it looked pretty good then, to be fair. We'll be looking forward to playing on it tomorrow night.
For the final over of the innings, Marcus just got
the win predictor.
Number 54, Ben Green.
The 19 over mark in the first innings.
Well,
Middlesex, 78%.
Trade Nation Gizmo's been clicking away. He's come up with a rather... I think the fans would be too happy with that. Well, giving the favourites over to Middlesex, we have to say, with 218 on the board and balls to spare.
It's not going to be Matt Henry to bowl the last one. We've got Ben Green.
Holden will be up with the one saying, come on pal, get me back on strike. I've got 14 runners to pick up here.
It's going to be a wide down the leg side.
Ben Green normally bowls big sort of change-up cutters or goes for the Yorker. I think he bowls more slower balls than on-pace balls at the end. We're going to pick those up on our footage by having a look at the Eurolay speed gun, but that is gone about 3 times the pace it come down off the bat.
He loves it. Big Selly. VERTU crowd catch.
There
well
we go.
done, sir.
In the pot to win 2 hospitality tickets. Easily identified, maroon shirt, baseball cap, dodgy glasses. Well done, excellent work. Green to Davis, 4 balls to go. Well bowled. It's Holden back on strike with a chance to score what would be a quite sensational 100. He's 14 away with 3 balls to go. So he's going to need 3 boundaries. Certainly doable. That won't be one of them, but he might come back for 2. No, he's going to turn that one down. Rightly so. Will Smead, great athlete. Gives him no chance of coming back for 2 there.
This is the one that was caught in the crowd. As safe as you like. Front row seat down there.
We need to see that
Place
again.
to
That looked a bit sort of crocodile technique, that one. Word on the street is we're going to get to see that crowd catch by another replay. Until then, we've got 1 ball remaining. Middlesex 2.28 for 5. Holden and Geddes have played magnificently, but can they finish with some momentum? Overton scampering in, they're going to not bother with the second. And that completes the 20 overs. Middlesex finish on 2.29 for 5. And we go down to Rob, who's got the crowd catcher.
Some good catching taking place on the field tonight. Craig Overton's was pretty spectacular. Somerset fielding well as per usual. But kudos to Sam Harper in the Somerset stand. Cool as a cucumber, took that catch in the last over. And congratulations, that was your VERTU crowd catch. You've won hospitality to a one-day cup match. How does that sound?
Sounds excellent. Thank you very much. Yeah, delighted. To be fair, I thought Smeedy was going to get there, but I'm happy to have taken over his shoulder. So yeah, delighted.
I don't think we've got the replay, unfortunately, but I'm sure you'll get your moment in the sun at some point. Probably posted on social media. Talk me through the technique.
to be fair, 2 hands, make sure your fingers are ready, and be prepared to always to expect the ball.
The voice of a seasoned cricketer there. Are you a proficient player? Have you played for many clubs?
Played a few games, once or twice, but yeah, not for a while. But glad to be able to still. Eyes are still working, hands are still working. So yeah, good to be still involved.
Yeah, rolling about the years, Sam. Who are you going to take for this hospitality package then, courtesy of VERTU?
To be fair, it's got a own Trav. Trav comes with me to every game, so yeah, Trav, you're in, mate. We're in for a hospitality game. Yeah.
Many congratulations, Sam. You are VERTU crowd catcher. You have hospitality for 2. Many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Okay, thanks for your tremendous support so far this evening. It's a big task for Somerset ahead. 230 to win. Shane Berger did say to me pre-match they're going to have to chase a big total at some point. Tonight is the night, so they need your support in the second innings, which gets underway very, very shortly. But we have some interval entertainment for you. After 14 years, the apples, the giant Thatcher's apples, have been retired, been made into apple juice. That was a cheer there, I quite liked it actually. But we do have a new competition, courtesy of Thatcher's. We've got a slab of cider to give away and a couple of bucket hats as well. So if Adam can move around, we can meet our contestants and get an idea of the Thatcher's Can Race, which, you know, a bit on the nose as a title, but it works. Okay, so let's meet Golden Hayes. So we've got Team Bradford, we've got Ben, and we've got Chris. Looking forward to this. I mean, the wind isn't helping.
This is going to be interesting.
Interesting, yeah. Chris, you're happy you've gone barefoot? That's a nice Justin Langer touch, man.
Got to go, haven't you? Got to go barefoot.
Got to go barefoot always. Okay, we've got a father and son here. Father, a reluctant participant, but we move on. This is Team Evian, which is a very clever play on Evan and Ian. So, Evan, how are you feeling?
Positive. He has no idea. He's nervous.
He's nervous. Well, you're in the zero, so at least you haven't been drinking. So that's good. Alcohol free. So anyway, you're in the cans. It's a relay race. You have to slalom your way around there. It's first past the post as usual. Okay? So decide who's going first. Get yourselves ready. Alright, so it looks like we've got Chris and we've got Ian in the first leg. Stumpy's here, get it ready. In 3, 2, 1, go! Give them away to the ball. Not much restrictions so far, a little bit dumping there. Oh, I tell you what, Ian. That was nasty. Oh, a little bit of the right back there from Chris. He's neck and neck on the final turn. Back they jump. This is going to be a very close race. Here we go. Second leg on the way. Here we go. We've got Evan. We've got Ben. Evan's in the lead. Evan, oh, lovely turn of pace. Evan's really flying here in the blood orange. Evan cruising home in the lovely blood orange can. Well done. Team Evian. Pick up the win. A round of applause. Well done, Team Evian. Close not finished there though. You've got a high catch. Are we keeping the cans on this high catch? They're around their arms out, I'm told. The wind is horrendous. This is going to be interesting. So, arms out, guys. Congratulations. You've already won the slab cider. Courtesy of Thatcher's. Commiserations, Team Bradford. Thanks for your support there. Bradford's building supplies. Great guys. Great guys. Thanks ever so much. Okay. You can sort of shuffle your way off now, if you like. Very dignified, that. Okay. So, Team Evian. Can you win bucket hats? Let's see. Who's going first here? Come on then. Ian. In 3, 2, 1. Here comes the high catch. Oh my. He's got ground to make up here and just dropped short. We give it another go. Let's just try. Yeah, come on. Come on in. Finger the wind. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Whoa! Got a back pedal on this one. He's under it. Couldn't manage it. A swirling wind. Accounting 3 in there. Commiserations. Evan, your turn. You flew in the race. Can you take the high catch? All right. In 3, 2, 1. Let's go. That's more generous. Wind's held up a bit. A little bit of a dip. Well done. Well done, Evan. Many congratulations. Come on in. You said you were absolutely buzzing for this, and you lived up to your word. What's the forward?
A long way.
Blood orange, you were the meeting? Good, good. Exactly right. Ian, congratulations. Sorry about that. Any good for the field there? Get the ball up again? Rubbish. Okay, thanks, all right. Enjoy Father's Day, or Sunday. Thanks, and enjoy Ciders. Here's the Thatcher's apple bucket hat for you, congratulations. Give it up for Team Evian. Thanks for participating in the first ever Thatcher's Can Race. Give them all your support. Somerset going to of 230 to win very shortly.
Somerset in pursuit of 230 in the second innings. Just a reminder to spectators, please keep your movement during overs to an absolute minimum. There'll be 230 to chase, plenty of VERTU crowd factor hopefully in the second innings before the team one this evening. Please welcome back to the field our two umpires, Mark Newell and Anthony Harris. Please welcome to the field our visitors, Middlesex. And opening the batting for Somerset, sponsored by King's College, number 18, Tom Banton. And sponsored by Joseph Castle Estate Agency, number 23, Will Speed.
Well, welcome back to Taunton, where it has clouded over a little bit, has to be said. As Somerset will begin their reply. They need 230 runs. It's a big ask. We said, didn't we, that par, Sophie, would be something with a 2 in it. This feels above par to me, I reckon, a little bit above par.
Yeah, I definitely think it is, well, way above par in a way. 230 is going to be some chase. If there's any team that can do it, it's probably Somerset, but it's a big ask. I thought Middlesex played brilliantly.
Yeah.
Really took it to the Somerset bowlers. We talked about at the start of the stream how strong Somerset's bowling attack has been in this competition so far. 3 wins from 3, but Middlesex came out, put those bowlers under pressure.
It was fantastic batting. Holden not out, 87 from 47 balls, and Geddes 69 from 32. Those were the two that really made the difference for Middlesex. Let's see how things go now. As Cornwell is to start the left armour, and this is just played to the point fielder for no run. The run rate increases. So Somerset's current run rate required will be about 11.6 and over for 20 overs.
Yeah, and every dot ball is just going to add to that.
Yeah.
Power play is going to be huge for Somerset if they're going to get any momentum towards that total.
Cannot afford early wickets, Somerset. They're going to have to build partnerships quickly. Hanson, straight back from England duties, managed to find a little gap there. That's nice. They'll run at least 2. Oh, it's nearly gone all the way to the boundary there. Come back for a 3rd. Lovely little shot, barely anything on it.
He's almost just defended that, hasn't he? Just punched it, timed it across the square. Considering it's mid-June, the square's looking pretty bare with, I know, the exception this morning of some heavy rain, but we've had a pretty dry start to the English season so far.
So Smead will face now for the first time. Cornwell in. A bit of width on it and slash for 4. Good shot.
Yeah, it's not the ball you want to be bowling. Move the offside field up. Big gap at cover, and it's exactly the ball Will Smead would have wanted first up, and he puts it away.
A good start for Somerset this then. They know they need a lot of runs. The DLS is already at 6. 3 balls in. Gives you an idea of where they need to be, but they are on 7. So, useful, the DLS, just to get a figure of whereabouts they should be. This is another nice looking shot, and that'll run away. You don't have to hit it very hard on that offside because he's, again, it looks like he's defending it out there. He's found the gap and he goes for 4.
Yeah, this is beautiful batting from Will Smeed. I think when you think of Smeed, you think of, you know, forceful shots, strong lad, but that is textbook batting at its finest, and well, you just get very good value here at Taunton as we see that it's going to be a change in the field now.
Yeah, too easy those runs, weren't they? Put someone out on the boundary. In comes Cornwell again. Straighter bowls him! Gets through his defences. Smeed looks behind him and has to go. And I said they couldn't really afford early wickets. Middlesex have picked one up already. 11 for 1 from 5 balls.
Yeah, fair play to Cornwell. That's a good reply there, and he enjoyed that. Little bit of afters, potentially celebrating that on his way through to the wicket keeper, and Smeed has to go.
What a brilliant ball. Hard length to get away. Does it shape in just a little? It might do.
Maybe
just clips the
a
bails.
little bit of late movement, good enough for Smeed there.
Well, that's what Middlesex are very happy about. And they know if they can pick up 2 or 3 in the power play, that's pretty much the game done. If you're 3 down by the end of the power play, you're not chasing 230.
Yeah,
So
that's the beauty of having 229 on the board, isn't it? You can really attack in that power play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Take those wickets, because that's what's going to stem the momentum of the chasing team.
Cornwell to finish the first over. This is on leg stump, just angled towards the fielder on the boundary, and throw comes in. Could have picked up an extra run there. And Coda Cadmore will keep the strike. So 12 from the first over, but there was a wicket. So actually they're up with the rate, Somerset. They would just be disappointed that Smeed's not still out there.
Yeah, and he started brightly, Will Smeed. Looked like he was timing the ball really well, so that is a big loss, but we know Somerset have got plenty of batting depth, and I guess when you're chasing 229, you're probably going to have to use most of that batting depth as well, as much as the bowlers won't be wishing to get their pads on. You know, Somerset have got to go hard, and I think the nature of that will bring wickets into the game for Middlesex. Kane Williamson is just trying to figure out where he's meant to be fielding. Looks like he's going to potter off to cover. Spent a lot of time captaining in his career. Being told where to go now, though.
Ghaffar, who is the bowler here, he's a very good player, very good spinner. I'm interested that they've gone to spin so early. Somerset not using much spin these days, just Lewis Goldsworthy in the side. So, Zafar is the Middlesex go-to spinner. Swept nicely, but straight to the fielder in the circle, so no run.
Yeah, I guess really interesting option for Middlesex to go to spin so early in the game. We don't see much spin at Taunton in general, let alone in the power play.
Over the infield, and that'll just be a 1, I think.
Yeah, just the 1 out to long off.
We've also got Luke Holman, of course, so we could be seeing 8 overs of spin in this Middlesex bowling innings. Interesting. If that works, Somerset might look back at their tactics and think, did we miss a trick there?
Yeah, but I guess, you know, they've only played 1 previous home game so far, and Seam went pretty well in that game as Cola Cadmore has hit that high and over. I haven't seen many hit into the river through my commentary career so far, albeit it's quite brief. But we've seen 3
I think that's the third,
tonight,
isn't it,
yeah.
That is
2 clean
huge.
and 1 off the roof of the Botham stand.
That was huge. I think that might be the biggest. Cola Cadmore. This ground isn't really big enough for Cola Cadmore when he hits it cleanly, is it? This is a huge,
I think
huge hitter.
this is one of the, you know, almost the perfect scenario for Cola Cadmore, chasing 230.
Yeah, it gives him a chance to open up a bit.
Spins on from the river end, and he's thinking probably, how many can I deposit over there?
Look out, ducks. We got a ball yet? No, umpire's bringing it over. Banton also might fancy his way of playing. He's not quite the same as Cola Cadmore, just bludgeons it.
Yeah,
more wristy.
Cola Cadmore's so strong,
Yeah.
straight down the ground.
So whip that one in a bit quicker there. Zafar, and they'll come through just for a single.
I think that's what makes these two a really nice combination, the fact that Banton can access square of the wicket so well, obviously uses his sweeps, reverses. We don't see Cola Cadmore playing many of those at all. He looks to just bludgeon the ball down the ground, as you said, Charlie.
Banton on strike now, though. I'll tell you what, he's hit that one pretty far. Not quite over the Lordy and Botham stand, but pretty high up into the boxes there. So Banton getting involved too, a huge 6. As we'll, at the end of the over, now head over to Rob, who's having a go at some virtual cricket. Hey, can you hit one like that, Rob?
Absolutely flying on this VR cricket. Big thanks to Julian Wyatt, Runmaker VR. On for, 50 there. I'll retire one on the head. But get yourselves into the fan village. Check out the virtual reality cricket. It's absolutely brilliant.
Don't think any of those were going over the Ian Botham stand there.
No.
It's quite defensive there.
Yeah, it was quite traditional, wasn't it?
Yeah. Took it seriously though, I think. Right, we're going to see Tom Helm brought into the attack. Cadmore happy just watching this one onto his pads and flicking it for a single.
Bright start from Somerset. Obviously lost the early wicket of Smead in that first over, but raced on to 28. And in that previous over, we talked about we haven't seen much spin bowled here at Taunton, and that was an expensive over of spin. And the two Toms were seeing who could hit it further, to be honest with you.
Slower, again watched, well played, just keeping it ticking over. Middlesex did that really well with Williamson and Eskenazi, didn't they? They weren't hitting every ball for boundaries, or trying to, they were just keeping it ticking over, and it gave them a platform that allowed them to then get up to what is the highest score by a visiting team in the T20 Blast. So no team has ever come to Taunton and hit higher than that. Somerset have done it, no visiting team. So it's the biggest chase Somerset have ever had here at Taunton. Waited for that one, beautifully timed. 4 runs. Cola Cadmore looks in the mood today.
Looks in good touch, absolutely. Big 6 in the last over, and that one is timed through the offside from Cola Cadmore. Got on top of the bounce nicely there.
Afford many more wickets in the power play. 1 probably is your maximum for Somerset, chasing 230, but they also have to score runs. So you can't play protecting your wickets, you've got to be proactive. Picks up a single there, rotating the strike. Banton played well, watched a bit of him on the telly. He was on terrestrial telly, a bit of England cricket, I think it was on Channel 5. I watched it on the weekend, scored 30 off 11 balls, and I thought that's good Banton stuff.
Yeah, in a very different role for him as well. You know,
coming in at
so
6,
used to seeing him at the
5 or 6.
at the top of the order.
Yeah.
And I think as an opener, I think it is kind of hard to adjust to go into that middle order at times. Well, it's good fielding. It couldn't grab hold of the ball to get the throw away, but
Williamson.
Not bad there by the experienced Kane Williamson. It's so annoying sometimes as a fielder when you almost make all the ground, you do all the hard work and you just can't grasp the ball to, affect something.
Yeah, because your eye's kind of half on what's going on in the middle, because you need to know where you're throwing it, which end, but also half on picking up a ball, which sounds easy, but it's a lot harder than you think. As this is down the ground, slashed hard, it'll be 6, into Gimlet Hill, taken on the benches.
That is a great catch as
He's
well.
so cool. He didn't
have to move.
No, absolutely brilliant catch. I mean, it's come onto his lap, to be fair.
They all can, Charlie, they all can.
I'd take
behind
it.
The hamstring, doesn't matter, use the body.
Absolutely brilliant. Well done, sir. Look at that. Big smile on his face, well, quite right.
Somerset up to 41 then. 3 overs gone.
Well, this is the thing, 230 is a big score, but when you've seen Got to wait, haven't you? That's what they say. Got to see both teams bat on it. And Triggs did say it's a very, very flat pitch out there tonight. 41 for 1. The DLS, just to give you an idea, not that we think there's rain coming, although you did spot some grey clouds around, but I think it would be all right. DLS is 36. So already Somerset are ahead of the rate, but we haven't had 5 overs yet, so even if rain did arrive, that wouldn't be enough. And straight back. Oh, he's dropped his bat here. Kola Cadmore, hit him, or his bat.
He's tried to get out of the way of that, and in doing so, he's flipped his bat.
Yeah, that's a shame.
What I like there, though, is the awareness to just make sure I've got something behind the crease.
Yeah.
Just in case. Don't know where that ball's gone, but don't worry about your bat. Just get in.
Now, what he's leaning on his bat there a bit, which has made it slightly slower for him to get out of the way, I think. Oh, that's in the air. Should be taken. Is taken. Banton's gone. He's gone for 12. And that's huge. That's a huge moment for Middlesex, because he's such a talented player, and he's miscued one, come off the edge, and fairly simple catch in the point region.
Yeah, that was well held in the end. I think Holman there moved pretty well to his right. Banton trying to go in to out.
Yeah, good catch.
Enjoyed it so much he didn't even bother to pick up his hat. Yeah, you can see what Banton was trying to do there, but Higgins almost outsmarted him, following him, cramping him for room.
41 for 2, and Somerset got to be careful now. It's only the 4th over. Okay, you're chasing 230, but you just cannot afford a quick procession of wickets. It's a big partnership. That's what Middlesex had. It was one really big partnership.
Yeah, two batters. They got in and they made it count. And, they were able then to almost take the game away from Somerset. When you get that momentum, so crucial that you make it count, and that's exactly what Holden and Geddes did.
Now this will be a very different game now with Abel there, the way the Banton and Abel play. Abel and Kola Cadmore played well together in the last game. Abel does usually take a few balls to get off the mark.
Tell you what I really like from a Middlesex perspective, and you can afford to do this with this amount of runs on the board, but as the bowler is running in, the classic walking in, but if you actually watch where the Middlesex fielders start, so like mid-off, way off the ring already, cover, way off the ring.
It's tight.
Point's going to creep in so tight, they're going to squeeze Abel as hard as they can.
Still can't get off the mark here, Abel. Yes, it means that they feel cramped. They look around and they feel like there's not a lot of space that they're aiming for. And Abel is a player who looks for gaps. And
knowing Abel, he's not one that looks to go aerial too early in his innings. So again, the fielders can afford to try and squeeze a little bit more and try and force him to take that option earlier.
Oh, he's going to get that one. It wasn't particularly convincingly played, but he's managed to get something on it, enough to pick up his first runs. I think it's runs.
Yeah, his first runs off Ryan Higgins as well. He bowled a tight start to the over. Obviously got the wicket of Banton. His head in line a little bit there.
There was that weird dot ball at the start which hit Kola Cadmore, wasn't there? And then the wicket. Yeah, that's not bad going. 4 dot balls, including the wicket.
I mean, in this innings, you bowl an over that goes for less than 10. The rate's going up, but if he gets out of this over, having gone at 6s or 7s, that's a very good over.
Abel just unable to do anything with that, just defending it. Brilliant over from Higgins, who'll collect his cap from the umpire. Just 4 runs and a wicket with 4 overs in, and Somerset 45 for 2. And, it already feels now like it's teetering a bit. Somerset cannot really afford to go slowly or to lose another wicket. They've got to set off now with 2 overs left of the power play. If we see a close game tonight, then we'll have had some proper entertainment. If Somerset take this close or all the way, there's going to be plenty of 6s raining down on Taunton in the next hour or so.
A lot of the Somerset girls in the Trade Nation stand tonight.
Cornwell in the left armour. Oh, he's got him! Huge swipe across the line from Kola Cadmore, and I think he's played on an under edge into his stumps. And already Somerset are 3 down. And I said if you're 3 down by the end of the power play, you're not chasing 230. Well, Somerset are 3 down, and they haven't even got to the end of the 5th over yet. And Cola Cadmore goes, and he is a huge part of this Somerset team if you're chasing down a big total. That feels like a huge moment.
That is a huge moment, a big, big wicket of Tom Cola Cadmore, who was striking the ball really, really nicely, but didn't get that one. Potentially trying to hit that one, well, out of Taunton by the looks of it. Just got a bottom edge on it, dragged it onto the stumps. And the big top 3 of Somerset are gone, and a lot of work to do now for Abel and Sean Dixon, who, well, they're quality players, but it's a very big ask from here, Charlie.
Yeah, absolutely, it's huge, huge. And at the moment, the way things are going, Somerset are going to keep going hard, I think, because you kind of need to with that score to chase. You've got to be a bit careful about your net run rate. I know it's early doors in the competition. You don't want to be thrashed by best part of 160 runs, or a bit less than that probably by the time they've got to it. So you don't want to fade away to nothing. You want to take it close if you can. If you know you're going to lose, try and get as close as you can. Not quite there yet. Panic stations. In comes Cornwell. As Dixon plays this away from his body. There's a throw at the stumps, but Abel safely home.
Yeah, Cornwell 2 for 12. It was expensive in his first few balls, but it's come back really nicely. Yep. 2 huge wickets, Smead and Cola Cadmore. Bowl into that sort of split field now. Deep cover, deep backward square. This is a much better field for the left arm seamer.
Abel putting a bit of force behind that one, but it's only going to pick up a single because the fielder's out there in the deep.
This is where the skill of the middle order really comes to the fore, because you can come in so many different scenarios and situations. And when you're chasing a lot of runs,
yep.
47 for 3, how you manage this now, really important.
Another dot ball, well played Middlesex, well played Cornwell, bowling really nicely here. Yeah,
their backward point is so tight, almost like a catching point. I think it's Ryan Higgins in there.
Yes, it is.
But almost takes that drop and run option out of the equation.
Somerset going to need more than drop and runs now, though. 11.9 the rate. In comes Cornwell. Quite quiet here. Crowd silenced. It's a full toss, but even then, Abel can't make the most of it, and he'll just get the single. Yeah, the runs drying up quickly. It started very well for Somerset. And then those 3 quick wickets, pegging Somerset back quickly. One ball left of this 5th over. In comes Cornwell to Tom Abel. He was trying to dab this, but he's picked out the fielder. It will be enough time for him to come through for a single. And the score moves to 49 for 3. King's College sponsoring this match, thanks to them. Tom Banton's old school, and others as well. James Root. Thank you very much, Sophie. We'll see you a bit later on. The birthday boy will come and join me. Bit of Bon Jovi going out around the ground. I would say it's a bit subdued though here, the Somerset crowd. They know they're up against it. Those 3 wickets really punishing Somerset. The big hitters, Banton, Smead, Cola Cadmore, all gone. And you've got these pair who will run a lot of singles. They're going to need to hit a lot of boundaries as well, Pete. The rate goes to 12.1.
Yeah, there's not much margin for error when you've got that consistent chase of 11, 12 runs and over, which Somerset are facing at the moment. No real time to get in. You know, Dixon and Abel in particular are probably like to see a few balls, in fairness. You know, they are quality players. They do catch up quickly, but, you know, without doubt, someone's probably going to have to go 60-70 at a 200 strike rate for this chase to be possible. Someone really needs a big score. It's a massive shame losing Cola Cadmore. He was striking it nicely. One big shot too many, a little bit of a drag on, I think, for his dismissal, which was a massive shame. A lot for these
Lovely flick.
two to do.
It's going to be picked up on the boundary. Oh, nearly slipped over. Timed it well there. The throw not great from the Middlesex deep. Yeah, and as you say, these two, they're not your obvious big hitters. They'll accumulate runs quickly once they're in, but is it going to be quick enough?
Well, Dixon's done some incredible things in a one-day shirt for Somerset, in particular the finals. He plays well under pressure, but he has been at the game for quite a while. This is his first real proper test, and probably isn't a much harder scenario than coming in the fourth or fifth over, facing 12 runs and over from the word go. I mean, it'll be some achievement, but I suppose there is an element where, providing you don't let the rate get too big, you still need to stay in touch. And I think where Somerset are at the moment won't bother them. They're more than capable of chasing sort of 14s, 15s for the last 3 or 4, but maybe not for much longer than that. So certainly some pressure on, and some nice bowling by Higgins in particular, who just has that knack of just hitting an awkward length. It wouldn't surprise me to see Abel adopt his ramp and reverse sweep shots to Higgins, but again, maybe it's just a little bit too soon.
He's definitely been watched at the moment. Abel, 9 balls in, 5 of them have been dots. That one won't be a dot.
And for those who sort of watch a lot of county cricket, Higgins is very much in the sort of Darren Stevens mould. Even on quite an innocuous pitch, he's one of those bowlers that has the knack of just getting the ball to nip around a little bit. He's he's almost like one of the dark arts of cricket. Guys of his sort of pace just have that knack of just wobbling the ball around a little bit, and can be quite difficult to get away. And I know a lot of guys who have success against that style of bowler do adopt the sweep shots, almost play them almost like a spinner.
Well, that's the power play. 53 for 3, Somerset. 3 wickets down is never good in the power play. Let's see how Somerset cope with it. These two managing to just sort of slow it down, but solidify a bit after a rocky period where they lost Banton and Cola Cadmore in just 5 deliveries.
Shout out to VERTU and WPA Health Insurance for their partnership, their sponsorship of us. Very much appreciated. Tom Helm back into the attack from Petroscothic stand end. Big fella hits the deck hard.
How many more overs can they afford? These two not really trying to hit boundaries. Not many. 12.6 the required rate now. Just followed it, give him time to come through for a single, but he didn't nail that shot.
Yeah, I think what really stood out for me when Somerset went to the off-pace bouncers, Geddes and Holden for the majority of the innings, they stayed so still, but they were still able to produce amazing amounts of bat speed, to almost flat bat it back past them. It's so many boundaries off of balls that these two are facing at the moment, and only really managing to get ones off. So, massive credit to the way that Middlesex pair played in that sort of, 133 run partnership. It was some outstanding batting. Yeah, there's a little bit of time, but as we know, the game can very, very quickly disappear from you. That sort of it's almost like compound interest with 12 and over. You get behind it, you have an over that goes to 4 or 5, and all of a sudden you're looking at 15s in no time, and then the game's pretty much gone at this stage. So Somerset do have to be a little bit proactive. That's just a fraction too high there. I definitely feel like the umpire had a little think about it.
Well, he definitely didn't think it hit the back, because he's given it as a leg by. Thanks to my mate Atif, who's watching on. And, loves his Middlesex cricket. Loves all his cricket, actually, to be fair, Atif. Now, so you'll often hear on TMS.
Yeah,
and
he sent me a little tweet, actually, Atif. If you are listening, mate, thank you very much for the birthday wishes. And yes, I am lucky to be spending my birthday with Charlie Taylor. I totally agree with you, buddy.
Oh, thanks, mate. I feel privileged to be with Pete on his birthday. What's Mrs. Trigo up to? She's decorating the house quickly now so you can get home to a big surprise party.
Mrs. T will be tuning in. She'll be having a good listen, critiquing some of any mistakes I may have made.
Making a long list and run you through them, all of those when you get home.
There's always a list.
Dixon's on 5. Not really got going yet. In. Oh, this is top edged.
Oh, all the way.
Get away with it.
6.
Yeah, it's gone for 6.
It's up into the Botham stand in the hospitality box.
What has that come off? Which bit of his back? The shoulder? What?
Not just any hospitality box, straight into the Eurocams hospitality box owned by my mate Maz.
Go on, Maz. Did he call that one in there?
And on that note, Maz, he's recuperating a little. He's had a little bit of operation. Maz is at home in Westsupermare. We send
all the best, Maz.
I send my best.
Yeah.
Hope you're all right, buddy.
Let's have a look. See which bit of that bat did this hit? Because it came off a strange angle.
Almost right off the back. Yeah,
it's the back of his bat. Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant shot.
Yeah, exactly. Just what he meant to do. That's a wide.
Yeah, just a little bit of a momentum gatherer these last few balls. Exactly what Somerset need. Yeah, I got my list for shopping. You know, I said I went to shopping.
Yeah. Who are you shopping for?
I had shopping for Hulk, my dog.
Hulk the dog.
He gets spoiled. He has homemade doggy food, but I got a couple of the ingredients wrong, and I was in the the doghouse.
Oh no!
Nice bowling there from.
He sounds like he's
good
life. Hulk the dog, I reckon.
Yeah, he's quite a little creature, really. We've got a very athletic one and one that seems to be allergic to everything, so he's got to have his organic food prepared for him.
Very nice.
He has chicken roast dinner twice a day, every day.
Oh, that does sound fantastic.
Lucky guy. Friday, June the 13th, Somerset taking on Lancashire Thunder, ticking through a 5-er. Oh, it's actually tomorrow,
yeah,
13th of June. And afterwards it's followed by Forever Swift. I'm going to be here and I'm looking forward to watching Soph up on stage singing a couple of Swifty tunes. If you say it that many times, it will come true. What a day to spend the day after your birthday.
Yeah.
Can't get enough of it.
Zafar in as Dixon, deft little touch on the paddle sweep. Zafar was claiming being for an LBW, but no one else really was. Single-added.
Well, if you didn't hit it, it would have been close.
Yeah. Crucial part of the LBW rule, that, isn't it? Hitting it.
Seems to be.
Yeah.
I think this is the over Somerset have got to target.
Absolutely.
I think they've got to have a go. Aves loves that inside out over cover shot. It's relatively vacant at the moment. That rate is creeping towards 13. Every ball that the boundary isn't scored off, it just starts to jump up. Dixon's seen 10 balls, Abe's 13.
Yeah, that's already part of 4 overs there. These two have been there. Not added that many runs, but if it means that they can then up the rate later on, then you don't mind it. Oh, lovely. If he's meant to do that, that is absolutely lovely. Tiny touch over the keeper's hands and all the way for 4. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt, shall we, on that one? I think it's a deliberate shot. He's looking there straight away.
No, he's nicked that.
You reckon?
Yeah, 100%.
Let's have a look.
He's tried to cut. I reckon he's tried to cut it between the point and gully. That's a bit too thin, that one, Charlie.
Yes,
I think.
yeah. It was a very, very fine touch.
But some often quite rewarding, just to feel like you got away with one.
Yep. He moves to 17. Maybe he's just up in the ante then. He's punched to long off. Just the one there. Lewis Gregory down to come in next. So you see, once one of these gets out, you are into the all-rounders. So Somerset just got to be a bit careful. Not that Lewis Gregory is a bad option, but you don't want him in just yet.
Yeah, I think the danger is at the moment that these two play too alike. If you have a look at the 11, very similar blueprint to way these two sort of generally try and get in. I think one of them has to take the mantle on here. One of them look to bat through with whoever comes in. One of those guys is going to have to be brave.
Yeah, the ideal combination is one of these with someone like Kola Cadmore, isn't it? So you've got one person at the end who's smashing it and the other one who's giving him the strike, moving the ball around, picking gaps. But having 2, yeah, the pace slows down a bit. Dixon on 18. Abel is on 12. Far bowling to Dixon, just gets enough on this one to push it out into the leg side. Running hard, they want 2. I'll get them. Crowd likes it. Good and running, end of that over. The score moves on to 74 for 3. Oh, Sophie Luff's on the big screen now. The intensive stuff. That's the crowd thinking about it. There's the run chase, actually, Somerset don't look too far off it at the moment, but those wickets will make a difference. But it's that big partnership,
it's just
isn't
the
it?
consistency of the climb, wasn't it? They literally just were touching 10 and over, pushed it to 11s, and it was just very, very continuous and very solid. Lots of those big Manhattans there. Somerset need to match a few of those.
Yeah, they need to be better, don't they, given that they've been behind on quite a few of them.
Got a leg spin. Leg spin into the attack now.
Coleman. So this is what I was saying, that they could go for 8 overs of spin here, Middlesex, if they think it's working for them. So they've got Holman and Zafar in their side. This is something that Somerset don't really do anymore at home. They did for a while. Van der Merwe, Max Waller and Goldsworthy. A bit short, but unable to do much with it there. Tom Abel cutting it away. Comes again, leg spinner. Oh, big hit. That's 6. Straight off the bat. Almost into the dressing room from Tom Abel, who picked it up really quickly. He's a good sweeper, slog sweeper of the ball.
Yeah, looks like Tom Abel's going to take it on. It certainly does need to happen. Well executed shot there. He sweeps both sides of the wicket, uses his feet well. So unless the leg spinner's got a bit of mystery, he's under a little bit of pressure here, going for 6 early on.
Oh, and again in the air, but this one hasn't got the distance and will be saved, not caught, but not 6 either. Oh, that was close. Abel must have had his heart in his mouth there.
Yeah, probably goes down as a great bit of fielding there, diving back over the rope, caught it, but has discarded it back into the field. So no 6-run shot there, but able to pick up 2.
Good bit of fielding, very good bit of fielding. It's hard that. They make it look easy, but that is really difficult.
It's almost like a common occurrence now, isn't it, in cricket,
to
see those amazing efforts.
Yeah, you sort of expect it, and actually 10 years ago, or maybe 10 to 15 years ago, we wouldn't have expected that. Game has changed.
Superb bit of work there.
Still Abel on strike, he's on 20. Well, that was a full toss, and the fielder is in here. No, he's put it over the rope, I think. Is it over the rope? Is it given us 4? Given us 4, must have been close.
Not having his best night, deploy out there. Out first ball, and he's just tipped one under the bar. A bit of a shocker there. You certainly expect those to be taken.
Yeah. Some of his quality as well. He's a really good player deploying, and he does keep a bit, doesn't he, deploy? Another sweep shot. This one's back to the same place. Why go for the same shot in the same place? Tom Abel, he's gone. 88 for 4, and deploy gets the second chance, and he takes it.
Well, nice little burst of runs there from Abes. He was certainly playing every shot there. He was going for boundaries, and you can't really blame him, the situation of the game, but did get hold of that one and offered another catch there to deploy. He makes no mistake this time. Surprisingly, didn't go for the reverse option that he plays so well. You have to beat those backward point fielders, and it would be a boundary, but you have to say he's normally pretty consistent with that slog sweep, but not this time. Lewis Gregory, Somerset captain, joins Sean Dixon out in the middle, and we know that Lewis Gregory is not afraid to go big early.
He's got away with a couple there, hasn't he, Tom Abel? Because there's the one which was only just saved, and then you've got Duploy, should have caught one. He's tried the same again, and he's had to go usually Tom Abel is one of the most intelligent batters out there. It doesn't feel like he's used his brain much there. He's reacted.
Yeah,
I can see what he's trying to do up the rate.
He won the over as well.
Yeah,
he'd already got 12 runs off of the over with the 6, the 4 and the 2. The over was 1. You know, was there another shot that still could be a boundary option, but maybe not that ultimate high risk one? You reverse sweep plays so well. You only have to beat one of those 2 close infielders and you get 4. Yeah, shame there. Just started motoring. Dixon's in now and he's hold out straight to deep square, but he doesn't get there in time. He's shinned it back into the field. He looks in a bit of pain there.
Oh dear. Drop the catch and oh dear.
He's just kneecapped the ball. Hasn't quite got there and he's just bunted it back with his kneecap back towards the batter. So yeah, that's a sore one that.
Yeah. Horrible.
Yellow card for the old 2-footed tackle there.
90 for 4. Somerset on the back foot. The DLS is at 113. With those 4 wickets down.
Not too far away. Just needs a couple of big overs. It's just there can't be a stall period now. I think.
Yeah.
I think that's what will really throw that rate up to an uncomfortable level. You know, while Lewis gets in, I think you've got maybe a 10-ball grace period to give Lewis a few sighters, but one of these two has to take on the able role and start hunting some boundaries. Harry Everett's come in to say hello. He heard there was a little bit of leftover cake
somewhere.
Lurking.
Yeah, here he is.
Old hollow legs over there.
It's his.
Thanks, pal.
It's his wife's birthday today as well. He's double caking it.
And Alex Griffiths from the Somerset women's team. It's her birthday as well.
Go on, Griff. Happy birthday. And Alan, our graphic designer. Happy birthday, Alan. God, what a day. 12th of June. Big day. Higgins in. Gregory's timed that nicely, but pick up the one. Yeah, this is nervy times for Somerset because they are just about clinging on to that required run rate of 13. As Pete says, a couple of big overs, you can get back in control of it, but they cannot afford to let that get any higher, really. Seagulls flying around the ground. They caused me a few issues in the Surrey game. Oh, that's big. That is absolutely huge. Who's catching this one? Oh, dropped in the crowd. Dropped in the crowd. I think he got 2 hands to it as well. But Dixon, when he goes big like that and it works, it flies off his back. It's big. It's a strong guy.
Yeah, he was waiting for that one. Higgins bowls his slower bouncer at the back of the hand, so it's incredibly slow, but kind of feel like Dixon was waiting for that one. Just back on his stumps. That's the quicker bouncer. He's got a good piece of that into the gap. Another boundary. Exactly the over Somerset need. Probably do need 2 boundaries and over for the rest of this game. And a boundary of 3 or 4 would really take some of the heat off. But nice batting there from Sean Dixon, who's back into the team after a relatively long layoff of probably 6 weeks with quite a badly broken finger. So he's hit the ground running.
Just defending that one after a couple of boundaries. Which will please Higgins to see that ball not go for any runs. 102 now for 4. So the 100 is up and it's the halfway stage, which means, Pete, I'm going to leave you for now. And we'll bring in Soph to bring you through the next 5 overs. But Somerset will feel like they're not out of this game, although they are on the back foot.
Charlie, leg spin. Holman continuing. Like he bowled slightly quicker, googly delivery. Don't think there's any huge amounts of turn on show. You can pretty much play for the straight ball, but spinners in T20 cricket don't often flight the ball up. Gregory on strike. He's just got 1 to his name. Not much time here for the Somerset captain to get himself in. The run rate
He's now hovering around that 13 and over mark. As I mentioned, a couple of boundaries probably needed. And over here, welcome back to Somerset Women's captain, Sophie Luff. She's going to join me for the next 5 overs. A beautiful bit of touch play from Dixon, who's going to pick up one of those 2 boundaries Somerset need every over for the rest of this game. Would you put that as roughly accurate? 13 and over.
You definitely need a couple of boundaries. And they've got to get on the front foot early in these overs. Good option from Dixon there. Delicate touch, good manipulation of the field. He's up to 37.
Oh, there's the second one. Excellent stuff. Nice bit of touch play there, once with a reverse sweep, and then will give him the benefit of the doubt there. He was definitely trying to chop that very fine. Another boundary there to the collection. Quicker ball there from Holman. Away. Yeah, just thinking of run chase here at Taunton. I think 12 and over for 2 to 4 overs. I don't think you are worried about at all, but there's still obviously 9 overs to go, so it's a little bit uncomfortable still at the moment. One or two big overs of 15 plus, I think, put Somerset in with a real good chance. Still got a bit of batting to come as well, but I think it's going to be pretty important that Dixon puts something sizable on the board tonight. He's already on 41 off 21. Somerset captain yet to get going, but we know he's a pretty clean striker of the cricket ball.
Yeah, you're almost in the dugout thinking, what can we chase off the last 3-4 overs? But, you know, when the rate's at 13s this far out, it's going to be there or thereabouts, isn't it? If not north of that slightly.
Yeah, I mean, in the ideal world, you get down to the last 4 overs and you've got 2 batters both on 30 plus. And it's so hard to defend here when you've got 2 batters that are in. It's, you know, you're on a hide into nothing almost every delivery. Wickets are going to be key, not just because of how many we've got left. It's about having people that have already found their feet and can pick up the boundaries. I think with 4 overs to go, I think 15 is more than comfortable here at Taunton, again, if you've got set batters. So I think there's still a bit of cat and mouse to be played here by the Somerset pair, but Lewis, I can't see him being anything other than cat against the left arm spin. Bowling very quick and flat, darting it in towards the pads of the right-handers. It's quite a sizable boundary on the leg side, so the bowler would be quite happy for the batter to slog sweep and take his chance with the men in the deep. Dixon tries to go over cover, squirts it out to the deep fielder and picks up 2.
Yeah, really took the pace off on that delivery. Dixon mistimed that one into the vacant extra cover area though.
I think straight's just so inviting here at Taunton. I wouldn't be looking anywhere else than that sight screen and just react to what pace he bowls. If it's into the wicket, you can sort of drag it from that, you know, setting straight position. Certainly with the power of Gregory, and he really probably needs to get 75% of the strike, and he's got comfortably enough power to clear the ropes. Nice piece of bowling, hiding it right onto that blue wide line out there. Nice bowling there from Zafar.
Yeah, this is a good over so far. 2 balls to come. Maybe find the fielder at deep square. what a shot that is.
Great shot that is.
It's going to go all the way as well. Brilliant from Sean Dixon. Brings up his half century. What a comeback innings this is.
Different gravy that from Sean Dixon. Broken finger what? I'll just turn around the other way and whop it over. Short third man for 6. Never ceases to amaze me, that kind of shot. Excellent batting there. The T20 Finals Day hero, Sean Dixon. A well-made 50.
Really well played there from Sean.
Just sort of got the over back that was needed, wasn't it?
Yeah. Goes to WPA Insurance. Brilliant support as always.
Oh, he's clothed it straight to him. Somerset captain has got. Oh no, what's happened here? Have we got too many fielders outside of the ring? Overstepped.
I think he must have overstepped it.
Yeah, yes, he's overstepped.
He's showing him. Holman not a happy man, as you wouldn't be.
How do you bowl a no ball as a spinner, Soph? Does that you
It's a
lose
great question,
as a captain? You lose your head, wouldn't you?
Geez, yeah.
Oh dear Lord.
It's going to find the gap, is it?
4 runs. So it's cost them 5 runs. That little bit of ill discipline there. Not only that, the wicket of Lewis Gregory, the dangerous Lewis Gregory, and some runs. Is this a little shift in momentum that Somerset need? All of a sudden you've got mothers' meetings out there, it's all going on. Has the panic set in? Somerset 132 for 4. Boom!
That's massive.
She gone, she out of here, into the Truscothic stand. Somerset are on the charge, Dixon on to 60.
Brilliant again from Sean Dixon. We've seen innovation and we've seen him strike it very nicely down the ground. Middlesex asking a few questions of each other here. Dixon piling the pressure on.
Huge over so far, and it's getting worse for Middlesex. Another boundary. Absolutely fantastic batting here from Sean Dixon. He's done it in Lords, in finals, in T20 finals. Just like water off a duck's back at the moment. He moves on to 64 off just 27 deliveries.
What a partnership this is, 50 up, and oh, Gregory's got just 6 of them. He won't mind though, leaning on his bat at the non-strikers end, watching Dixon do his stuff at the other end.
Oh, Dixon's definitely the driver. Lewis's shotgun. Oh, he's run down and the keeper's missed the stumping. It's all going wrong at the moment for Middlesex. Are they just opening the door for a quality Somerset team to walk through?
Oh, it's got to be steam coming out of the bowler's area, isn't there?
Oh.
Front foot no ball in the over, free hit, missed stumping, and in between that, a few boundaries.
It's all happening, Soph. It's all happening. 1 ball left of the over. This one's already gone for, what is it, 15? 1 more boundary would make this a really nice little juicy one.
Oh, the tension's building, isn't it?
I like another paddle sweep. It's definitely on. Dixon doesn't though. He's going to get back on strike. Brilliant over there for Somerset, but you almost feel like Middlesex have gifted them quite a lot there in that over. A lot seemed to happen. The run rate is only 12 and over. Current run rate at 11, so very much game on here at the moment.
Yeah, 87 needed off the last 7 overs here as Sweet Caroline pelts out of the ground.
The wiggly worm was quite
Overlaps again.
squished together. There's nothing to pick from these two.
Interesting to know like what Middlesex were
Taking
exactly.
bowling from the Riverhead Somerset, Noah Cornwell.
Left arm bowler back on. Not quite sure what that's come off. Bowler's convinced. Umpire's not. And what did that hit? Oh. That looks like that was out. Don't know what else to say about that, but maybe we'll get another replay of that. Cornwell. Always happens, always happens. It might have been a wicket, but the next one often goes out the park. Dixon is on a heater tonight. Now's a great time to rub a little bit of salt into the wound and bring up that replay of that chance that Cornwell created, but that's a very clean strike there from Dixon. One tile and over into the tone.
Can't believe it. I've not seen one before this game. Sat up here in the comms box. Never seen one hit to River from up here. I've seen 4 in the space of not many overs.
Oh,
Brilliant.
you've been training down there as well. The boys have been pumping some iron, haven't they? The new gym.
Yeah, it's a nice little setup.
All the older sort of cricket fans, they all moan about all the size of the bats. These lads are athletes now. No pints of bitter at the close of play. It's all protein shakes and porridge now. And it certainly looks like Dixon's had an extra Weetabix this morning. 72 now. Absolutely flying. Somerset bringing up that 150. 6.5 overs to go. It's very much game on here, and there's definitely a little bit of panic out there on the field for the Middlesex team. We're right on track with Duckworth Lewis. Oh, chipped down the ground. Nailed for 4. Beautiful strike there from Lewis Gregory. Just dug out a Yorker straight back over the bowler's head for 4.
Yeah, Lewis wants a bit of the action now then. Just chipped that. Sight screen's a great area to target here, and that's exactly what Somerset are doing. This will change here. Left arm seamer's going to come back over the wicket. Field change all the time.
Well, we've already got 11 off the over, 12 needed, 2 balls to go. Can we just compound this over a little bit with maybe one more boundary, or am I being too greedy? Pretty sure Lewis Gregory's keen. Oh, inside edge. Nice bit of fielding there from Helmet. Short, fine leg. Diving on top of it. Looked like he was trying to catch an escaped mouse then, but it was just a cricket ball, I'm sure. From the over so far, 37 balls remaining, 75 to win. Plenty of wickets in hand. Clean strike there from Dixon. Lewis says no to the 2, but a good over there from a Somerset perspective. 13 from it. Things heating up here, thanks to Eurolay for the speed gun. We can see the old speeds and everything. Here's a slow motion of the wasn't it? It's either pad or glove through to the keeper. Bowler was convinced. What do we think? Must have been sore on that broken finger of his, so.
Didn't feel a thing. Didn't flinch, did he?
Tell you what, I'll remember that next time we play 3-card brag. Not calling that bluff. Ben Green there, that masterful moustache. He'll be licking his lips for a bit of action. Zafar back into the attack. Dixon went pretty hard at the leg spinner. Will he go big early? Not this time, but I feel like this is a great matchup. I think that's a modern word, isn't it? The matchup. This is Lewis Gregory's perfect guy to take down. I'm saying he's not a good bowler, but Lewis Gregory does love hitting spin just like that, all the way into the car park, over the back of the Trade Nation stand.
Right on cue, Trees.
Bouncing down the road. Brilliant shot there from Gregory. Yeah, the slogs, the straight, I think he looks to hit sort of extra cover all the way round to sort of, he's got such a big scoring arc against spin because he can drop down onto the knee, clear the leg out the way. If it's full and darted in, he's got the power just to hit straight. So yeah, I'm quite excited for the next 4 balls. Can you tell? 163 for 4 now. Somerset fighting hard against a Middlesex who have certainly meant business tonight. He's gone again, flat, hard, is it enough? It's enough! All the way into the taco stand. Someone grab me some guacamole off of that one. Beautiful batting from Gregory.
Yeah, it's so good from Gregory. He got all of it, but had he not, it was still such a good pocket, a good area of the ground to target Middlesex. I mean, the required run rate's like still at 11s, but you just feel like all the pressure has gone onto Middlesex here. This partnership is giving Somerset all the momentum. Gregory 23 not out, Dixon 74.
Well, 3 or 4 more overs of these two, and I think it's Somerset's game as Lewis goes again, but oh my Lord have mercy! Send that man out there a shovel. He's had an absolute shocker tonight. Deploy has dropped 2 of the easiest catches you'll see in professional cricket. Throw in a first ball naught. He's not enjoying tonight, and that could be seriously costly.
I'll tell you what, he's a lucky boy that he's fielding in front of the family stand.
That's that bit of guac on the ball, isn't it? It's just slipped through his fingers. Oh no, that's not good. And again, another boundary. Middlesex are feeling the heat here at Taunton. The crowd are loving it. Some extraordinary cricket here. It started with a no ball that was a wicket. That went for 4. All happening here. That wasn't a no ball as well, was it? I saw the umpire doing a funny sort of signal.
No, I think he was just signaling one more ball in the over.
I think he's just enjoying the game.
Umpire, I hope.
Oh. Boom! Gone again! That's over the taco stand. That's in the pizza shack. A massive over, and all of a sudden this game has switcherooed. It's Somerset on top here. What a turnaround.
Wow, what an over. I mean, the last 3 overs, it's like gone in the blink of an eye. I don't know how many runs we've scored in the last 3, but it's been ridiculous hitting. And, well, all the momentum with Somerset. Middlesex making some mistakes, and they're going to be costly, I think.
Well, you know, when Somerset were really under the pump, Craig Overton misfielded, really unusual. There was a few average deliveries, a few full tosses. Somerset felt the heat. Middlesex capitalised. The exact same things happening here. Dixon's played beautifully. He's chanced his arm. Deploy certainly helping them out with the drop catches. But all of a sudden, this is very much Somerset's game. for the taking. They are flying. It's turned around dramatically. They only need 9.5 and over now, and at this rate, we'll be on the M5 early, Soph.
Happy days.
You can finish off your potting in the garden this evening. It'll still be light when we get home.
Has to do with watering.
Gregory 37 off 15 balls. Dixon 75 off 36. What a performance from these two.
I mean, partnership's nearly up to 100.
I'm so excited. I'm staying on for an extra 5 balls, Soph.
It's just you're being greedy like the
I know
batters
Charlie's
out
been
there.
nice. He bought me a cake and a card and everything, but you know what? This is pretty awesome stuff. Helm slamming in those Yorkers. Well bowled. Bit of experience, bit of calm for Middlesex. Certainly what they need at the moment. 46 runs to win off 28 balls. Very much in favour of Somerset right now after some extraordinary cricket. Good batting, some great batting, but some shocking fielding by the deploy out there at mid-wicket.
Especially when your bowler's under pressure as well. He's just created an opportunity to get yourself back in the game and grab a hold of it, and just not backed it up in the field, Middlesex. What was it, miss-stumping?
You know when you throw your partner the car keys? It was like that. It was like a little lob, wasn't it? Straight through the fingers, slippery guacamole, 4 runs. Have another life, son. Great bit of bowling there from Helm, that back of the hand slow ball. There we go, the ball's up there. There's mayonnaise all over the... Oh no, straight through. Oh dear. Another brilliant slower bouncer there from Helm, using all those skills, all that experience, using out the back of the hand deliveries. Very good performer for Middlesex. They certainly need someone to step up.
I've only just noticed like they've only used 5 bowlers, Middlesex, which is just, it's hard when you're under the pump as well. And the ball seems to be flying everywhere. To not have a 6th bowling option, I can't see them
presumably the
using
leggy
that
has to bowl another over.
Yeah.
I mean, that could be. Like, it feels like they have to find an over from somewhere. I mean, Zafar's last over was catastrophic for his figures. He went for 64 in his 4 overs, and he actually bowled quite tidy up until that last over. Holman, if he bowls again, oof.
Well, I presume they're going to have to.
I'll tell you what, I'd be...
Helm's got 1 more after this, and everyone... Yeah, you've got the left-arm seamer, Cornwell.
I think we have to...
Higgins and Holman.
I think if the...
It's gone. It's gone.
That's
Miles.
6, that's all the way. Great finish to the over. It's been unbelievable here. I feel like getting the old World War II air raid siren out. There's been 6s, bombs flying everywhere. Tile smashed off the Lord Botham stand end. I'm going to take a break. Charlie's going to come in and join you so for the last bit. What an amazing game of cricket we've had here tonight.
Go and have a lie down, Triggs. Oh, it's all been happening here. The crowd are really getting into this one, and Charlie's been itching to get into the commentary seat.
Oh, it's all been happening since I've been in the back of the box. Absolutely fantastic for Somerset. I said if Somerset took it close, we were in for some entertainment tonight. Haven't we seen some entertainment? Unbelievable hitting from Gregory and Dixon, who's on 76 now, and he is going to take on Holman, and he's not holding about. In fact, he could be out here, and they do take a catch. And Dixon goes. Is there a twist in the tail? I've come back on and managed to pick up a wicket in the first ball. Off goes Dixon. He'll go. Triggs, get back in here. Dixon goes. Huge standing ovation for Sean Dixon, and Ben Green is going to be the finisher, or that's what he'll be hoping. I know. Pete is fuming at the back of the box as Dixon goes. 76 from 37 is a fantastic innings. Gregory there, 44 from 19 at the other end. We shouldn't forget that. The partnership was 104 runs, and that's what Somerset needed.
Wow, brilliant innings from Dixon. First game back. I know he's played a second 11 game in the week, but to come back and have an impact on the game like that, when your team's under pressure chasing 230 in a T20 game, to play a hand like that, that was fantastic. And yes, dismissed, caught on the boundary, but Gregory, captain at the non-striker's end, giving him a round of applause as he walks off, which is much deserved, and well, over to the rest of the all-rounders to hopefully finish the job from a Somerset perspective.
Oh, that's it now. They kept those wickets intact, which means with just under 4 overs to go, they've still got 5 wickets in hand. Now, you don't want to be going down all the way through that list, but meant that they just had a bit more licence, didn't they? Holman has taken a bit of a beating so far today. This one goes straight back to him. He's done well to get on that. There's no run. Bear in mind, Green will just have to find his way into the game a little bit. So that takes a bit of time as well.
Yeah, and that run rate's going to jump every ball.
Absolutely. Those big, towards the end of the game in a high chase, yeah, you do see them move a lot, don't you? Single there. Gregory's the man in form now of these two, the one who's got the runs on the board. From just 19 balls, he's hit 44 runs. That over against Zafar was something else, wasn't it? Unbelievable. And the drop as well.
Well, it seems to be all happening. You know, the missed stumping, there was, you know, obviously the wicket they didn't count off the
no ball.
Front foot no ball by a spinner.
Yeah.
And, you know, just sort of almost like simple mistakes that Middlesex were making.
Yeah.
But it's not as easy as it looks sometimes. No. I know that feeling.
And the game's not done yet either. There's still runs that Somerset have to pick up here. You know, that useful chunk of that partnership has really put them back in the game, but they haven't finished it. They're still chasing 230, and there's at no point in a T20 can you rest when you're chasing something like 230.
Yeah, that run rate's still in double figures.
Yeah, which is big.
Ben Green, a new batter. Middlesex will be hoping that they can create a few dot balls, and yeah, every dot ball, that run rate's going to climb, and it'll be interesting to see how Lewis plays this now.
Oh, he's gone big. It's in the air. Could it be taken? It's going to land safe. He's got away with it. Middlesex's luck is not in tonight so far. After this over, they've got one from the left arm of Cornwell, they've got one from Helm, and they've got one from Higgins. That's how the final 3 overs will go, in some order. What are you doing, skipper? Where are you turning next?
Well, they talk about the 19th always being...
Keep Cornwell for the 19th?
Most important. Higgins was bowled.
Bowled very well.
All right, hasn't he?
Gone for 1 for 22.
He started really nicely. His first over only went for 4. And with the wicket of Banton, I think it was.
Yeah, his economy's 7 1/3, so that's very good. Down the ground, it's big, it's high. I think it's got the distance, has it? Can't quite see that. Yeah, it's huge. It's huge. Where's Pete's taco stand? Absolutely massive from the skipper, who moves to 50, and the score to 201 for 5 in the 17th over.
I don't even think he's acknowledged his 50. Typical from Lewis Gregory. He knows the job is not complete here. Doesn't matter how many runs he gets, he wants to get his team over the line, and you know, that just says a lot about it. It's just, you know, him and Green just having a really, you know, deep conversation about, right, actually no, we need to focus now with 3 overs left. This is what's coming at us. This is what we need to do. I'm not worried about that. I've just reached a half century.
The thing that Somerset have done so far is bowl really well in those 3 games, where they've kept teams to around the 150 mark. Today, the batting lineup has been tested. They haven't passed that test yet, but they've shown that they've reached 217 overs. This is an all-round. This is a Somerset side that's got all-round talent here. Really well balanced team.
Just never out of it. And I think we said at sort of like the halfway stage, if any team can chase this, it'll be Somerset.
Yeah. So Green on 2, and he can hit a long ball as well. He might be eyeing up the river. The way that the balls have been going over the Ian Botham stand today. So is Higgins. Oh, it's 4. It's gone for 4, and he's just found enough of a gap there through fine leg. And they did. Do you know what? Don't even turn off Sweet Caroline. Just keep it playing. They've gone straight back to it. The runs are flowing here. It's not a great ball. You've got that gap there. All he's got to do is beat the infielder. It's 4 runs. It's a bit leg side, just straight.
Such a small margin for error here at Taunton.
Oh, it's there on the plate.
See what he was trying to do there, Higgins.
Yeah, he's just not quite executed it right. That's straighter. That's better. But
Might
Ben
get
Green
2
will.
here.
Yeah, could pick up a couple. They'll run back hard. Gregory turns quickly. The pickup is not good, and the 2 is run. And now just 25 needed to win. 23, sorry. 23 with that 2.
Again, that run rate is just flipping so quickly. You know, Lewis hit 6 off the last ball of the previous over, boundary off the first ball, and all of a sudden that run rate's dropped to 8.6.
Higgins in. Ben Green just managing to fire this out to long on. Going to come through for a single. Yeah, those high chases, every ball makes such a big difference. That's why we love this sport, I think, isn't it? We've seen some fantastic skill. We've seen some mistakes tonight. It's been, in some parts, quite sloppy, in particular by Duploi. He's dropped 2 quite easy chances.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be...
and got out for a first ball tuck.
Wanting to come back to Taunton anytime soon.
Well, he hasn't been here that often, because he's been in the North Group with Derbyshire. I'm trying to think, was he in that team that lost? Oh, because Somerset scored 250 odd against Derbyshire in that quarter-final. He's going to absolutely hate coming here. I'm trying to think, I think he was in that team, isn't he? On that Derbyshire side, I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, that was a few years ago now, wasn't it? That was Riley Rousseau kind of era.
As Gregory hits this one out too long off, and they'll come through just for 1 run, which is okay at the moment. They can't afford every ball being a single, but certainly the pressure to hit loads of boundaries is off now. What you don't want to do is get this close and then throw it away. So they'll be just mindful of that. Put themselves in a brilliant position to chase down 230. What's the biggest chasers at Taunton in T20s? I'm going to ask, I'll throw that out there. Because 230 must be up there as far as a chase goes. Somerset have posted some big first innings totals. Trying to remember a bigger, well, there can't have been a bigger chase by Somerset.
Got ball there.
This is good from Higgins. You said about the 19th over. They've gone in the 18th to Higgins.
Yeah, well, I think Helm will bowl the 19th then and leave Cornwell to bowl the last over if it gets that far.
Yeah. Incredible. We're talking about whether it gets to the last over of a chase that's 230.
Well, it's incredible that we've still got 2 overs to go, Charlie, and we've seen well over 400 runs.
400, yeah, what are we on? 440 runs already. Well, they think about 2. No, they're playing it a bit safe here, Somerset. I don't mind it. 20 to win off 2 overs. So it's simple. 10 and over. Easy. They've been chasing down about 13 and over so far. There we go. Beer and Cider Festival returns August, the 8th of August. Pop it in your diaries. That's a Friday game as well against Durham. That'll be a cracking atmosphere, that one. It's like a 50 over competition. Best of both worlds, that. I'm enjoying the Beatles. They've cheered up a bit. It was quite quiet in the middle, wasn't it, when those wickets kept falling?
That Trade Nation stand has certainly perked up.
Party stand. So it is Helm who aborts his runner.
2 overs to go, 20 to win.
Somerset stand's been a bit tame. It's not quite a Friday night, is it?
Yeah, it's been a nervy game though, hasn't it? It's been great to watch, loads of big sixes, but you want Somerset to win if you're a Somerset fan, and that hasn't been obvious. It still isn't a done deal. Full toss, clip down the ground. It's gone quickly to the fielder. They may only have time for 1. They're going to come back for 2. Throw is good, but it's not good enough to beat the running of Lewis Gregory. So a couple there, good running there.
Yeah, great running. Got to be coming back for 2 there. Green actually did really well to, push it wider of long on into that pocket, force Higgins to do a little bit more work to his right-hand side.
Can I just say I love the Blast. Absolutely brilliant tournament this. What a game we've seen tonight. Shorter, pulled. There's a gap there, and he's found it. 4 more. Green moves to 16 from 10 balls. And the crowd love it with their 2-pint cups.
It's like a jug, that.
Yes, it's a jug.
Just get a jug of cider in.
It's a lovely shot. We spotted the shorter delivery, saw the gap. Was that getting hit by? Was that Tom Banton there?
Someone nearly wore it. Yeah, I think it.
He doesn't want to get
hit a bit of equipment, so.
Given what happened to him at the end of last season, he definitely doesn't want to get hit on the leg. All right, Tom Helm, he won't like seeing what he's seen already. 14 to win, 10 balls to go. It's in the air, it hasn't got the distance. Fielder running in. Drops it! You won't believe it! You will not see a worse drop. 3 drops! 3 drops to Lewis Duploi. How on earth has he dropped that? Duploi again. 3 out of 3 regulation catches dropped by a very good player as well. How's he dropped that? He needs to use his hamstring, Soph. Get the hamstring out.
That's where he's going wrong.
That's what Soph does.
You've got to use all of your body.
You would be fuming if you are Tom Helm now. 12 to win. They ran a couple.
The irony is he's actually caught one, but it was off a no ball.
It was off, the one he caught was off a no ball. Great shout. Helmin is down the leg side. He has got something on it. It's going to go for 4. Oh dear, the wheels are off. The wheels are off, Middlesex. They've scored 229 and Somerset have made the chase look pretty ordinary. It's been fantastic, but they, ever since that partnership, have been brilliant. This Somerset side is a special team. Imagine making 229 and with 8 balls to go, you're only defending 8 runs. Have another look at that drop. Oh dear, oh dear. Down the ground.
Right.
4 more. Start the car.
What a man this is from Ben Green as well. All the momentum in that partnership from Dixon and Gregory, for Green to come out and play like he has, just taking the game on from ball 1 has been brilliant. Taking the pressure off Lewis at the other end completely.
Somerset can win this with an over to spare. Somerset can chase down 230 with an over to spare. They need 4 to win. There's 1 ball left in the 19th over. And Green is on strike. He's on 26 from 13 deliveries. Tom Helm to bowl this delivery. 4 to win. Ben Green pulls hard to the fielder. Lewis Deploy, who on the bounce manages to stop it. 3 to win off the final over. They've been chasing around about 12 and over for a long time. And now in the final over, they just need 3 runs. What a chase this has been from Somerset County Cricket Club. Listen to the crowd as well now. If there was anyone who had tickets tonight and looked at the weather this morning and thought, you know what, I think I'll give Taunton a miss today, you must be absolutely kicking yourself, because this has been one of the best games I think I've seen here.
This has been unbelievable. The ball striking in both innings.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a batter, so that's what I look for most of the time. But honestly, it's just been
the drama,
unbelievable. And I mean, the drop catches have just added to the drama. And there was Somerset out 3.
3 to win. Can you believe that? We're talking about 3 to win. The required run rate is 3 and over. They need 0.5 a ball. In comes Cornwell, and it's a bit of an inside edge from Ben Green. I think it's going to go down as an inside edge for a single there. What's the umpire saying? No, he's got got his leg up, so it is a leg by. Sweet Caroline, what are we on now? 15 renditions of this already this evening. There was a moment when the crowd was very quiet. I think there'll be some sore heads tomorrow morning in the office. So it's Lewis Gregory, which feels right, to be honest. Although Green's played a lovely little cameo at the end, 27 from 14. Lewis Gregory, with 2 runs to win, will be sent down the leg side. He's only 1 run to win. Oh dear. Oh dear. 1 run to win. Scores a level, so Somerset will not lose this game. Chasing 230. All they need with 5 balls to come is 1 run. Lewis Gregory looks as cool as you like out there. Wandering around his crease, having a good look, taking it in. What a result this is. And it is only going 1 way now. Taunton under the lights is just a great place to be.
Lots of field changes. But I'm not sure they're going to stop Somerset getting this 1 run.
Gregory on strike. In comes Cornwell. In the air, over the infield. In fact, it's gone all the way for 6. What a way to finish. Look at Gregory with his bat in the air. He knows how big this is. 230 chased with ease. Somerset pick up 4 points in the table. And Middlesex, I suspect, cannot believe that they have lost this game.
Yeah, they'll be out there thinking, scratching their heads going, how have we lost this? Oh, they might want to ask their mate, Deploy, about that one, because I think that had a huge influence on this game. And, well, Somerset, they're on a roll.
Well, it's 4 from 4 for Somerset. It'll be top of the table then from that respect now. But Middlesex, who will, it's their best batting performance by a mile so far this year, will be wondering what they did wrong. Catches, yes, this deploy, but even then, it's an amazing result for Somerset. Cheers, Pete. Happy birthday. He's off. Have a good evening.
It's got to be the best present ever.
Yeah, what a result. What a present for Pete Trigo. Let's have a look at that final shot again then. Bang!
One-handed six.
Yeah, look at that. Bat in the air. Love that. I'm sure there's plenty of photos. Harry Trump would have been down there getting some great photos of that. Look out for that on the social media later.
Got to be one of the best feelings, I reckon. Winning runs, hitting a six, walking off as captain.
Yeah.
When you've just chased 230.
Well, they made 235 and they still had 4 balls to go. 250 was on. Anyway, don't need to get to 250 when you chased it down. Somerset, who looked a little bit worried when the 3rd wicket fell in the power. I said, didn't I? 3 wickets down, you don't win chasing 230.
You were going, oh, Somerset need to be careful
Yeah,
here.
I was wrong.
Careful does it.
I'm holding my hands up, I was wrong. What a result for Somerset. We're going to see if we can get hold of some of these key players and coaches who have just masterminded a really brilliant Somerset performance. I would say there was work to do on the bowling. It felt a bit sort of, yeah, it was a good pitch to bat on, and Middlesex batted really well. Don't think it was the perfect Somerset bowling performance. It wasn't terrible, but I don't think it was perfect. But even then, you don't want to really take away from this amazing result.
The best teams win games when you're not quite at your best. And maybe what Somerset didn't do perfectly with the ball, they backed it up with the bat and kind of almost it becomes irrelevant. Yes, you're chasing 230. Yeah, you've got to look at your bowling performance and fielding performance. But at the end of the day, bats have stood up, and that's a sign of a very, very good team.
Let's talk about Sean Dixon. First game back. He played his second 11 game, I think, but first game back in the first 11. 76 from 38. Started quite slowly. He had to really because he was coming in a difficult position for Somerset. How well did he play?
So well. So pleased for Sean. He's a lovely guy. See him around here. He works really hard. He was gutted to be out of the game for as long as he was. Wants to have an impact and put in match-winning performances. And that tonight was a masterclass in 360-degree hitting.
Yeah, well, we're just talking about him now. Why don't we cross over to Rob, who has the man of the moment, 76 from 38.
One of the great nights here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Thank you for your tremendous support this evening. That was something special. I'm delighted to say that Sean Dixon is alongside me after his 76 off 38 balls, part of a remarkable 102-run stand with the captain, Lewis Gregory. Sean, many congratulations. That was brilliant to watch. How was it to play?
Thank you very much. Well, it's been a long 6 weeks, I'll be honest. But nice pitch. It's always a nice pitch in Taunton. But all credit to Middlesex. They really batted well and put us under pressure. So yeah, it's just really good to be out there.
When you came in, 88 for 4, 9 overs. What was the mindset at that point?
I think we just got to keep going and try to keep up with the rate. Wickets in hands obviously really helpful, but we're back to 11, so back it, I guess.
You mentioned it's been a long 6 weeks. We're obviously back in the team tonight. How's the kind of preparation been for that? I suppose mentally and physically.
Yeah, it's been good. It's like being back in the winter, to be honest. A lot of running, a lot of gym. Not much I can do with the bat, but I started hitting balls about a week and a half ago. Had a game in the twos, which obviously went well, and yeah, it's just really good to be back. Thank you.
Talk about your captain there. He's such a calm head, isn't he?
He's great to bat with. He definitely leaves a calming edge on everyone. He's a great player, great strike of the ball, and yeah, he's just a pleasure to bat with.
Just finally, 4 from 4, top of the table. Confidence ahead of the West Country Derby must be sky high.
Yeah, we do owe them one, but they're a tricky team, they always have been. So you got to give them the credit that they due and the respect that they due. So yeah, it'd be a good game.
Sean, many congratulations. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Sean Dixon there after his magnificent innings tonight, helping Somerset to a remarkable victory by 5 wickets in front of a wonderful crowd. Thank you so much for your support. We hope to see many of you here tomorrow. Somerset women are playing their first ever Vitality Blast standalone game here under the lights, so that's a big one. The men's team off to Bristol, as Sean mentioned there, hoping for revenge against Gloucestershire in the West Country derby at the Seat Unique Stadium. The men are back here on Sunday. Kent Spitfires are the visitors. 4 o'clock start. Tickets available on the official Somerset County Cricket Club website, where you'll get reaction, report and highlights from tonight's thrilling game. Thank you for your brilliant support. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday evening and have a safe journey home.
Thursday evening? I can't believe it. It just feels like a Friday, doesn't it? Feel like we should be going out partying after something like that. Incredible, incredible scenes that we've seen here. If you are just joining us a bit late, you've missed a hell of a game here as Somerset chased down with 4 balls to spare, 230. Sophie Luff alongside me. We've got to choose the moment of steel. Ken Hill, moment of steel. What are you picking? What do you think was was there a big moment in that game that really turned the tide?
Well, as much as Sean Dixon played an absolute cracking innings, I think that over where Gregory went to town targeting the left arm spinner, I think that really kind of changed the momentum of the game. There were obviously a few mistakes that happened from Middlesex as well during those sort of turbulent overs towards the back end, and it was all going absolutely crazy, and I think Gregory took the impetus. That was the over to take on, so that would be the moment of steel for me.
How do you stop this Somerset side?
Well, at the moment, I'm not sure many teams know how to do that. And momentum is huge, especially in the shorter form of the game. The bowlers have probably put Somerset in great positions at the start of the competition, and tonight the bowling didn't necessarily go plan A style, but the batters made sure they got over the line. And, well, I'm almost lost for words at what we've just witnessed tonight, because it was unbelievable.
Yeah, that's that's one that I'll remember for a long time. I look back and there's games which really stand out that you go to and you think, yeah, that was one of the games that I'll remember for a very, very long time. And tonight, I think, will be one of that partnership, even the not just from a Somerset perspective, watching that partnership, Geddes and hitting out were just incredible, and Holden. Those were amazing partnerships. We've seen such incredible cricket, especially the batting today. The fielding won't last long in the memory, to be honest, but it made for a fun game, didn't it? Thank you all so much for being with us tonight on a Thursday night. I know it feels like a Friday now. We've had T20 under the lights, but you do have work tomorrow or school, so please remember that. And we will join you for the next game, of course, bring you all the live streams of every single home game. Somerset men are in action tomorrow, aren't they, at Gloucestershire, at Bristol. And you guys, the women, you'll be playing here, I'm trying to think, it's Lancashire, isn't it? That's right.
Yeah. Under lights, so our first sort of standalone game under lights, so we're really excited about the opportunity to play in front of what we're hoping is going to be a really good crowd. I've heard that there's been some really good ticket sales, and we've obviously got a lot of members as well. Really excited to play under lights here, because, we're very lucky to commentate from up here, beautiful view. Getting out there and experiencing in the atmosphere as a player is one that we're really looking forward to, and Forever Swift is on afterwards, so I think all the girls are looking forward to a bit of a sing-along afterwards.
Perfect. Oh, it does sound great. And if you can't get to Bristol because of traffic on a Friday, don't want to tackle the M5, we've got you covered right here in Taunton, so do come and support Sophie and the rest of the side here as they go under the lights. It's a good point Sophie makes, because they're often first in the double headers. They don't play under the lights, so to have a standalone under the lights should be absolutely fantastic. So we'll bring you coverage of that. Thank you so much, and thank you to all the team behind the scenes who have had a lot to do tonight with everything that was going on. So well done, everyone involved. Thank you for all of that, and thank you so much to you for watching and listening tonight. We'll see you next time. Good luck tomorrow night, Soph.
Thanks, Charlie.